at this very moment. RD Draws, hello! Or R Draws. I don't know why I always call you RD Draws. I like add an extra D in there. I hope you're doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. We are no longer setting up. I can now turn on a camera. There I am. I am here. Today is a day. It is a Monday, I believe. This is what we painted last stream. I liked it. Kind of. Not, well, sort of. I have thoughts. I don't like the composition. This weird thing in the foreground just feels weird. It makes it, I don't know. It's weird. Also, the scale is weird. I did like playing around with... I actually wrote this up as like a... this is not an advertisement. It's like a free page. I didn't... It's a free Patreon post. I didn't... Anyway, I did a thing. I like to sometimes like write down my thoughts on like paintings because it helps me like solidify the ideas. But I like the idea that because we have different material darknesses, instead of planning a painting by light, I kind of was able to plan it by like shapes and patterns of like dark and light. So like here's a light material and then here's a dark material, right? And it's not, they're both in shadow. And so it's like, it's a different way of planning a painting rather than just doing it by like light shapes and dark shapes, because now you're taking into account texture. Anyway, I thought it was interesting. I'm not a huge fan of how it turned out. It was the second painting of this. So like I did a material thing. I don't want to call it a study. It wasn't really a study. Promo time. Yeah, no, it wasn't really a promo, but it was an interesting thought because like basically the thought that I was having was, if you know what materials you're painting with, which I don't always, right? Most of the time I don't when I start a painting. That's later on in the process. But once you figure out what materials you're using, I feel like you then unlock the ability to plan your painting around light and dark like material shapes and patterns, as opposed to, I mean, it's much more like you can design your scene with that in mind, as opposed to just like treating it like an illustration with like lighting and stuff. So if you, I don't know, I feel like splitting the design process, that's just another point, I guess, to like split them so that you can actually design the space with materials in mind. But also you can design a painting with the materials in mind, which is like, I don't know, it's weird. It's not a thing I've dived in deep too much. Lil Fox Art, hello, how's it going? How am I? I am doing good. Hello, Laura G. How is it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, anyway, I was kind of happy with this in that I learned something. Not super happy with the outcome. It would be better if it were just cropped like this or something, and that were the scene. But it's a little weird the way that it was composed. But I like some of the stuff in this, and it was fun practice to do a second day of painting. But today, you know what? I just realized I lost the thumbnail from last stream. It's almost a panorama. Yeah, I mean, I think with panoramas, typically you have like a different type of perspective. Like the things kind of bend because as you know, it turns into like a... Do panoramas connect on the ends? I actually don't know. I don't know enough about panoramas, but it's basically, it just takes like a full 360, right? Maybe they don't bend. I don't really know how I don't actually know how panoramas work. How do panoramas work? They just connect, right? Like, isn't the whole idea if they go all the way around? They're just long? Is that all a panorama is? It's just long? I didn't know that. Wait, okay, now I don't even know what a panorama is. This is like one of those moments. Hold on, I'm having a moment. What is a panorama? An unbroken view of the whole region surrounding an observer. A pic containing a wide view. Okay, so... it might both be connecting and also not. It's a wide angle view. I feel like maybe people use them interchangeably. Now I'm confused. Basically extra wide. A panoramic view. Yeah, but then I also saw something describing it as what I thought it was, which was like a full like if you were to like yeah, it's like stitch together lots of photos around, but it's not just side by side, but it's like I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like both could be panoramas. Anyway. I have a panorama jigsaw, it isn't a landscape or a photo. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can paint. Oh, you could paint a panoramic view of anything, right? It could be an interior. It could be an interior. It doesn't have to be a photo. But the idea is that, like, from the viewer, I always thought from the viewpoint, it's sort of like you're moving the photo around rather than side scrolling. It's because I think you like if you were doing like if you were doing a background for an animation and you wanted to have the illusion of the camera turning, right? Simply panning the camera across a panoramic view would give the illusion that you are turning because the things. But maybe I guess you could probably set it up differently. There's probably lots of ways to do that. Anyway, interesting. I never really thought about it. I feel like I have a hunch that depending on if you're a photographer or a videographer or a painter, like that definition's going to be different in how you tackle it. Because like a videographer, surely a panoramic view isn't just a wide angle lens, right? Like, but for a photographer, maybe it is, or maybe it requires stitching because it's. Anyway, I don't know. I'm clueless. But Laura G. Hoke says no. Wait, no. I don't know what you responded to, but hi. I think I said hope you're doing well, and then maybe you said no. Okay. Let's see. You said okay. You need to go see our draws. You have around 10 more people to see. You're doing the rounds. Nice. Yeah, I'd like to see the panoramic photos. Panoramic photo. I'm curious. I'm still curious. Yeah, they do just seem to be wide angle. I think I was wrong. Probably pretty common that I'm wrong on things. Lost of the OG thumb. Oh yeah, I lost the yesterday's thumbnail. So yeah, I guess I should probably be looking that up while I ramble. Starting the stream off with forgetting what I'm doing. Where am I? No. Oh yay, that's nice. Okay, so that is stitched to, so that's like 5 photos or 5 images in one sort of stitched together kind of thing. Maybe that's why they call it that. I mean, it is just a long painting, but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I guess I can call anything that's like this a panorama. I don't know. In my head, I wouldn't feel like I would call this a panorama. I don't know why. I just like I feel like it's. I'm probably wrong. But my brain doesn't. I just feel like this is just happened to be framed. Like, I guess I think of it, so for example, if I took a picture frame, if I took a physical, like, think of a physical frame, right? Hypothetically, thought experiment time. You have a piece of wood that is roughly, here, let me make this a color you guys can see. You know, a piece of wood that is roughly this shape, right? And you were to literally stick it onto your window, and you were just to paint what's in that frame. Are you painting a panorama? Surely not, right? Panorama is like... That's not what that word means, right? That doesn't make it a panorama just because it's a long frame. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't feel like that's... I feel like it's... Maybe it is. Maybe you can call that a panorama and nobody will look at you funny. It has a very wide field of view. Yeah, right? Like a wide field of view, but like to me it feels like it's relative to the viewer. Like you'd almost have to turn your head to view it all. But again, it doesn't have to be a photo, right? It I mean, that's where like calling that puzzle that you shared, right? A panorama. That's where that feels weird because it's just like stitched together images, which is fine. And I know that's a thing that you do in photography with panoramic photos, is oftentimes you have to stitch them together. But like, is the stitching required? Because like, if you have a what do you call it, a video camera, so not a single camera, but like you're taking video, like that's also a panoramic view, right? Is to do the scrolling thing. I always thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway. Mystery. It'll be a mystery. I'll have to Google and read more about it because I feel like there's a few kind of defining factors. Also, what am I doing with color? I don't know. You know what? Today is the last, as the stream title says, today is the last stream before my next stream. But I am taking Christmas off. I am not streaming on Thursday, so I will be back on Saturday, which will be the next stream. But yeah, I don't know where the thumbnail, because I don't think I posted the thumbnail in Discord from last stream. Somebody did a 5-minute thumbnail redeem, and unfortunately, that got lost. I might be able to recover it. Let's see if I can recover it. I mean, I'm not even seeing the working file. Yeah, I'm not even seeing the file that I worked on last stream. I've lost it. Absolutely lost it. So like this is the file from the day before. Right? And if I go far back enough, right, we'd have like the blob sketches. But I loaded this one up last stream and continued working on it. No, I didn't. I worked on a new file. But I did a thumbnail in that stage. And I don't have any of those. I don't know where they went. I guess I did crash last stream. But all I have is the final. Actually, not. So I probably don't want to save that. That would be bad news. Yeah, I don't know. Whoever redeemed the 5-minute thumbnail from last stream, I will have to... It could be in my CSP backups. That's true. It could be there. Already looks like lava. It does look a little bit like lava. Yeah, whoever redeemed it last stream, though, I feel like I owe you a 5-minute thumbnail. I could probably look to see who it is. But yeah, maybe it is like lava. It does look very lava-esque. I kind of like it. It has some nice colors. We're just playing... that's a nice color blob sketch. What if we do another color blob sketch? But this one will use some blue. I'm feeling chill today. I don't know. I do want to add maybe some story. Maybe there's like, we draw some little characters in here. A scene with characters just starting out. And by just starting out, I mean starting the thumbnail out with some characters. Not like the characters are... That doesn't even make sense. They are starting out. No, something like this, maybe? I don't know. It's kind of a weird framing. Maybe we move that in. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Look at that. Look at that. Wrong layer. We can remedy this. We'll just pretend that we aren't on the wrong layer, and I'll make a new layer. and I'll paint that layer the color of the background, and I'll move that one to the back. So now we got these on their own layer. Look at that. Magic. The magic of digital. And if I really wanted to go wild and save space, I could go like this. Cut these out, paste them, and then delete this one. So now these are actually, like if this is the background, these are actually on their own layer. There we go. I've solved the problem of wrong layer painting. Get the blue in there. I think I'm gonna start today. I don't know what I'm gonna start. Maybe I'll do the thing where I start various, like 2 colors, and then I'll build up. So I'm gonna add other colors as we go. Maybe I'll do like a very, very quick thumbnail pass. Like this, where I'm just doing like a, whatever this is, you know, little sketching, and then I will introduce, like, you know, a red into here, and then I'll mix in red into the stuff, and then maybe in this one I'll mix in like a pink or a purple or something, or maybe I'll, you know, start adding variety in the colors in here, and so I'll sort of build it up over time to arrive at a color palette that I like. Also, what is this music? I don't know. I thought it was the music that I listen to a lot, but I don't recognize that song. But yeah, how's everyone? What's everyone doing today? Does anyone have any plans for Christmas that are exciting or unusual? Is anyone traveling? Do people still do that? Do people travel for the holidays? I feel like they still do. Who's traveling for the holidays? Or maybe I guess if you're traveling for the holidays, you've probably already traveled. Or do people, like, arrive right at the day they're supposed to be there? That sounds hectic. And, like, ready. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Where, like, your flight gets delayed and you don't arrive on time or something happens. I don't know. That sounds like a bad, not even a bad Christmas movie. That just sounds like a Christmas movie waiting to happen. With, like, getting stuck in the airport on Christmas Day. That's gotta be a thing, right? Howdy! Sagamore Studio, hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I am doing well. I hope everyone is doing well also. Pepperly says, I'm pet sitting at a friend's until Christmas. Until Christmas. So are they coming back on Christmas? That's an interesting schedule. Instead of going away for the holidays, you're coming home for the holidays. Unaccompanied minors. Plot. I don't know what that means. I feel like I should know what that means, but I don't know what you're saying. Plot. Is that the plot? Are you saying of the painting? Is that a suggestion? Just like people being... It's a movie. Oh, I see. I see. People being trapped in the... Yeah, I can see that. Well, yeah, Home Alone. Are you saying Home Alone? I mean, that happens in Home Alone, right? But that's like... Kinda. Sorta. Or some... I think, doesn't that kind of happen in Home Alone? I mean, they leave him home... But then they can't get back to him because, like, reasons. I don't remember what the reasons are. But from the kid's perspective, gotcha. They're a family coming in that will take over. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I like these colors, kinda, sorta. Maybe we get some more purpley blues. Purpley blues are always good. I'm feeling saturation today. I don't know. I just want to go like I like the more desaturated stuff from time to time. I think it's one of those skills that every person or every artist should have in their arsenal of weapons, tools. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm mixing metaphors here. In their arsenal of toolboxes. I feel like it's one of those things, right? Like you should be able to paint nuanced color in grays. But also, like, I don't know, saturation is fun to work with. It's just fun. Especially if you have, like, I don't know, I just like it. I like saturated. I still think we need grays if we're gonna have saturated stuff. Maybe like warm grays. So we have a lot of saturated cools, so maybe we go warm grays. So these can still feel real saturated, but they aren't. Maybe that's what we do. So it's like the illusion of saturation. Is that how people do it? I feel like that's how people do it. How I do it. I don't know if it always works. I'm gonna go super bright and saturated with some of this. I mean, it's kind of good-ish. They're in the UK right now, but local family will help too. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't traveled in quite a while, and not on Christmas ever. I don't know if I've ever traveled. I've never traveled. I've never traveled on Christmas ever. I think I've always been home for Christmas, because that's where we have Christmas typically. And I've always lived near home, like near where where my parents are, relatively close to them. So I've never had to like travel. I guess if I lived in a different state or something, I would travel. That would make sense, you'd think. I don't know if I like what I'm doing here, but the colors are kind of working. They're starting to work. They're doing work. My friends are a British and US couple. They're going to his family. Gotcha. A British and US couple. Oh, I see. So yeah, that would make sense if you, when one person's family is from one place and the other person's family is from another. Yeah, that would make sense that you'd have to figure it out. They met in Japan? That's funny. Two people from different countries, so they were both tourists at the time. Okay, I like these colors. Whatever's happening there in these colors, I'm vibing with them. We've got the balance of desaturated warms that are basically grays, combined with these super saturated blues. Well, not super saturated, but pretty saturated. Student English teachers. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So they were there for similar reasons, doing similar things. That's cool. Yeah, here's some characters. Whenever I make characters, I literally just give them like a head and shoulders, and then just treat them as like a big mass. I don't really like there's a point in time, or there's a point in time where I will, or I would sort of make them more, gestural and like sketch out their poses. But I think for starting a painting, it can just give a nice sense of like, what is the scene? And maybe we do add some shapes in here for the trees. These are some weird shaped trees, by the way. I'm fully aware of that. Some very strangely shaped trees. Kind of a heart shape. And then some negative space down here and here. I don't know, something like that maybe? I don't really want too much space down here. And maybe some more trees back here. That's a nice something. I think it's nice. I don't know. I'm liking it. All right, let's move on. Next thumbnail. That one, I think that's a good thumbnail. That one worked pretty well. They don't always work out that well. This is my warm-up. The whole stream's a warm-up. I feel like my entire stream is a warm-up. Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing. Sometimes I feel like I should be working on bigger, more important things, and I'm like, you know what? I also just want to paint. I just want to move pixels around. I don't want to stress about trying to figure out what I want to do. But I should sometimes. Sometimes I should figure out what I want to do, and I should push myself more. Today I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I will. You know what I was thinking about doing? This was like mere moments before I started stream, which is why I'm not doing it, because I felt like I didn't have enough time. I sort of wanted to do fan art. So you guys will probably know that occasionally I play Minecraft. I haven't lately, because I haven't had the server updated, but I want to. But one of there's a series on Minecraft. It's a YouTube series called Hermitcraft. It's basically just a group of people who play the game and build stuff, and they, like, because they're in the same world, their videos have like crossovers of like the interactions with the other people on the server, and they're all kind of personalities of some, they all have like, they've been doing it for a super long time. They sometimes plan some little bits and skits and segments, and there's like random events and stuff that they take part in, but mostly it's just like them planning their builds and doing stuff. Anyway, I was thinking about doing like a fan art painting of one of the builds, because I thought it would be cool to do. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know. It might be dumb, but it'd be kind of fun. Where you take a thing, even if it's like maybe, like, especially because like Minecraft doesn't have like, I mean, there are shaders, but I don't think a lot of them use them. A lot of them just like use like, it's pretty basic, right, what they use. So it'd be fun to like take a thing and sort of, do a painterly version of it that doesn't look like a block painting, Anyway, I might do that one of these days. Maybe I'll take a screenshot of, yeah, it would be kind of fun. So maybe I'll do that like next stream. I was thinking about doing that today, but I'd have to like go through a video and like find screenshots of the thing from the perspective of the person who made it, right? And so yeah. Oh, is it? I didn't know there was a fan art community for Hermitcraft. I assume there is. I mean, it makes sense, right? I've never looked into it, but I would assume there is one. But yeah, I thought that might be fun. Maybe I'll do that next stream. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Taikyo, also hello. B-Dubs builds... Yeah, that's probably who I would have done the fan art of, to be honest. His stuff is great. I really enjoy his videos. He has a fun personality. He has good builds. And also, I mean, like, the art overlap is very apparent. And whether it's art design, like, all the, talking about values and texture varieties and shape design and, like... adding variety in shapes and textures and all the stuff, and then leading the eye, and he basically treats it like a painting. He has composition and viewpoints, and it's funny to watch. Like, if you watch his videos over the course of the seasons, you see the other hermits sort of like picking up building tips from him, where they start to be more conscientious of like the viewpoints of where there's like what angles are they building for. And sort of like planning things that way. It's really funny to like watch it evolve, kind of. And I feel like he's played a big part in that. And it's fun. It's fun to... there's definitely that art overlap. which I think makes it great. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all, I guess. This one's going to be another painting very similar to this last one, except I'm going to put more pinks and purples in here. But yeah, it's always fun to like... One of my I don't want to say my passions, well, let me read your comment first. For sure, Mumbo this season has definitely been stealing tips for B-Dub. Yeah, it's funny though, because Mumbo, I think he has like a videography background, right? Like he's literally, his education is in film. So like, it's no surprise that he thinks and takes into account, what do you call it? Like where the camera is and like thinking about the scene. Like I'm surprised he hasn't done it earlier. Like, given his background. And then B-Dubs, obviously, I think I don't know, I think it's just art background. I know he went, I don't know exactly what he does. He was a subcontractor or something, but it's not quite the same. So I don't exactly know. I think some people likened what he did was close to architecture, but I don't think that's true. I don't know. But either way, yeah, they both definitely they're bringing in this sort of design, like, principles, right, from other fields in a way. And yeah, so one of my sort of things that I really enjoy doing is basically going outside of art and like into other fields, whether it's architecture or other design things or Minecraft, right? People who build stuff, maybe it's a Lego community, and just watch the videos on how those people explain what they do, because they always talk about the same things, right? They're all going to talk about design principles and, you know, like big, medium, small shapes and adding a variety, you know, creating a foreground, midground, background. But they're all going to use like slightly different words because they are speaking to a different community. They're not necessarily using art lingo, right? It's you know, if you watch somebody who's in video, they're going to talk about different things. You know, they might reference the camera more, whereas in art, we don't really talk about the camera because people are like, what do you mean the camera? Well, it's the same thing. It's your view of the image, and like you still are essentially looking through a camera at your own art and where you position it, but we don't typically talk about it that way. So it's always fun to watch different people explain things. Like a while back, I saw a color theory video, but it was from a Minecrafter. And it was really good. Like it talked about things, and I guess what makes it different than a lot of art videos is that, like, because Minecraft has limitations, like, you know, every block is wood or texture or stone or it's a thing, right? Every block is a thing. And they were basically, the whole point of their video is like, stop thinking about this wood as a wood, but think of it as a dark texture that is slightly warm that you could use as anything. It can be anything you want it to be. And it was just, it's nice to hear that, because it's like, well, of course. But it's easy to forget when you're, you know, it's kind of like, I mean, and I think this is true in, you know, I'm kind of making this example up now, but like, sometimes I think about this sort of with like environments, like your ground doesn't have to be ground. It could be the top, you know, if you had like imagine you had a giant crowd of people, right? And just a huge crowd. You could treat the ground as like the tops of their heads, right? And then like if you were a chipmunk, you could jump from the top of people's heads in the crowd, right? And that would be your ground. And so just because like I think we're so often think of like the ground is the ground, or like the sky is the sky. Like, no, it doesn't have to be. The sky could be the underside of a table, and like I don't know, there's kind of this I think it's easy to kind of get locked in to like what things are is the thing they have to be, and like it's easy to stop shifting perspectives. And so watching those sorts of videos from different communities kind of, for me, it kind of unlocks that part of my brain because they are doing that typically because they have different constraints. I don't know if that made sense. Maybe my example was terrible. But yeah, that's a thing that I enjoy doing. Okay. Let's keep painting. And I think, I mean, art does this too a lot, right? Where we talk about, like, you know, pink is, you know, red isn't necessarily red. Red could be a color that is, you know, it could be a white t-shirt under a red sky. But yeah, of course, you can paint the negative spaces in the crowd of people, like little holes. No, it's great. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's like, I mean, even like if you look at my art, I do this all the time, or I don't do it all the time, I should say, is I will just paint the ground as the ground. Like, why though? Why does it have to be that? I could change the perspective. You know, using the people example, you'd have a bunch of people's heads, right, going off in the distance, a big crowd of people. Whoop. Just making a bunch of shapes. Well, you know, and it's like, here's all their heads, and then of course in between them, yeah, you have the dark spots because there's gonna be ground and stuff, and you know, you'll see bits of color poke through because they'd have, you know, shirts and blue pants and different things poking in, but like it's gonna be dark because it's not the thing that you're focused on, and it's just like, here's the ground plane. And then in the distance, you can have stuff. You know, maybe some people are, maybe they're at a riot and these people have signs. But like, this is your, this is your environment, you know? And you can do all the stuff that you do normally, you know? Maybe there's stuff over here. But you're just, you're saying this is not dirt, you know? It's not the ground. Anyway, I think it's interesting. It's like a reminder that you're allowed to think, well, I guess creatively would be the word, but you're allowed to think differently than maybe you normally do. So yeah, it's fun. I'm always on the lookout, by the way, for things like that, like videos like that from other communities that aren't necessarily specifically art, whether it's like a Lego building community or Minecraft, or maybe it's some other thing I haven't even considered, like something that you don't even associate with creating, but like that still deals with, you know, art concepts or art adjacent concepts like color theory or composition or something like that, right? Where there's like the corollary in a different field of an art concept, and just hearing it from a slightly different perspective can sort of, I don't know, for me it sort of, yeah, unlocked something. I've always liked it. I think it's just in the last year, Minecraft has been like that thing for me. It's been the thing that is art adjacent, where the creators in that space, you know, again, just like in art, right, you have your educators that I will rant and rave about, like Marco Bucci, who I think is great, or Clint Kearley, who I think his videos are great, right? There's a lot of these people, you know, there's a James Gurney's, right? I think every industry or every field is going to have those people, right? I mean, Taikyo mentioned B-dubs as, you know, for building in Minecraft, but like he's not even that like educational. Like he gives some tips and stuff, but he's just like a good builder. But like there are people out there who give really great building tips, and you can learn from them just like if they were teaching you how to paint, right? And so yeah, I really like that a lot. Can you tell that I like that a lot? Did I make that clear? I don't know if I did. But yeah, because we do our Sunday art video watching session every other Sunday. So I didn't do it yesterday, but I plan on doing it next Sunday. And that's kind of what I would hope. I mean, I typically don't share those videos But I would love it if people would suggest them. Sometimes I feel weird bringing them up because, like, they're not necessarily related. But I don't know. I want to discover more creators like that. Also, what am I doing here? I like this. I like the pink. The pinky color down here. But I think we need some warm and cool. And I guess that is what this is. Maybe we just go dark. Maybe we don't need cool. I mean, I guess that is cool because I'm using a blue, but... something like that's not bad. It's like a really light shadow. And then maybe we can get some of that light coming down here, like a nice orange. Nice orange color. But if we do put the orange down here, then where it hits that shadow is going to need to be much, much less orange. Or it's going to be more orange, I think. But it's going to also be darker, so it's going to feel more brown. Raychiana, thank you for the 4 months. I don't know why the alert's not going off. I think it's being slow. It'll probably pop up in like 20 minutes. Also, did I ever start the YouTube? I did. YouTube is going. I want to apologize, by the way. Last stream, I didn't start my YouTube VOD until like halfway through the stream. And then I felt really stupid. And I tried to do like a... yeah, it was very dumb. I goofed up, but here we are. But yeah, Raychiana, how are you? Thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you're doing well today. Let's put in lots of little sticks and twigs in here, Bob Ross style. We're just scribbling in. Aloha, Min Sketchbook, how are you? How do you do? Doing all right, you? I am doing good today. I am chilling, feeling pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm good. I feel like sometimes when people ask me that, I feel like I'm supposed to say more than just good. But no, my day is nice. I woke up. That's it. I ate some food. Now I'm streaming. I just started a TV series. It was based on a book series that I read called The Murderbot Diaries. The series is called Murderbot, though. It's on Apple TV or whatever. So I've been enjoying that. I've only watched like the first 2 episodes, but I'm pretty excited for it, kind of. I mean, it's not quite... It's obviously not as good as the book, because the book does, like... there's a lot of like internal dialogue, and it's obviously not as easy to do. So in the show, there's like a voiceover type thing where the guy or the character speaks to himself, but it just doesn't quite land the same. But it is good. It's a really I enjoy it so far. It's a fun series. What time is it in Washington right now? It is 11:46 a.m. But yeah, between book series that I'm currently in progress, a TV series that I'm in progress, yeah, no, I got lots of entertaining things I've been doing lately. So I've been a happy camper. I ordered some, well, only I say some, but 2. So I made an illustration a while back, and I said I was going to turn it into a puzzle. And I did. I turned it into a puzzle. It was a little pricey because it wasn't like mass produced or anything. I just had 2 of them made. But I ordered them for Christmas gifts that I'm gonna give people. And they just arrived, and I'm really happy, and I'm excited for that. It's always neat to have like your own thing in your hands that you made. And so, you know, well, you know what I mean by made. I made the illustration, and then I ordered from a site for puzzles. So that was fun. A jigsaw puzzle. You're all the way on the West Coast. Yep, I am on the West Coast. Good time, 20:46 here. So that is a little bit after 8. So you are Germany time. You're European, Central European time. Bavaria. Okay, gotcha. Nice. I hope everything is going well in Bavaria. We got a lot of viewers in that time zone. I think that's the second most popular time zone for viewers on this stream. It's either other people in the US, which actually there might be more people outside of, like, there might be more Central European time zone viewers than there are US viewership right now. Because right now it's like at a weird time, right? It's like noon. So there's not, some people are getting either out of school or off work and like right now in like 20 minutes or something if you're on the East Coast. But most people are still working if you're in work, and most people are still in school if you're in school. And like, there's not that many people who, you know, I guess if you're working from home, which is a lot of the US viewership I have, are people who are working from home or are able to view Twitch at work. Yeah, you're either at work or you're viewing from home or you're viewing from work. Like, right, it's kind of a weird time for the US. So yeah, a lot of the viewership is European because they're at like 8 p.m. when I start. So it's like, you know, right after dinner or something, they're, you know, turning on TV or Twitch for the day to like just settle down before they sleep. Also, it is a weekend, I guess, so there's that. But I realized today's a weekend. No, today's not a weekend. Today's a Monday. What am I talking about? I normally stream on weekends also. But yeah. Also, I like these colors. They're kind of neat. Kind of putting in a wide variety of colors in here. Kind of looks like it's like a seabed or something. There's all these different like coral colors. Okay, let's do another one. We're just gonna play around. I don't know. Maybe I don't like that one. What's going on here? But yeah, I want to play around with just lots and lots of colors. Very abstract. Almost no regard for the subject matter that I'm painting. Again, very, you know, we were talking about like Minecraft art videos just a moment ago. This is very much like a thing that Minecrafters do, is they basically say, ignore the color. Or, not ignore the color, but like, focus on the value and the texture and the color, and ignore what it actually is, right? I'm saying ignore the color. How do you pick the colors for the thumbnails after the initial random choice? Like here, so like, okay, we know these are trees. How do I pick colors now? Like at this stage? Because at this stage, a lot of times the colors will exist already. But any colors that don't, like, so I might just be literally picking colors that already exist in here if I like the color palette. But there's also things like, you know, if I notice the trees are in sun, because I want like the sunlight up top, I've kind of also decided that the sun is going to be less, I think, I don't know if I want it more saturated or less saturated, but oftentimes what you see with bright lights are like, it's going to go yellower, right? So I might take like this green and shift it towards yellow, shift it a little brighter, and sort of try that out and see how that would look in the sun. Like if there was sunlight up here, what if we had some of those yellow spots? You know, maybe I want to go even brighter. You know, maybe that's too bright. So yeah, maybe I tone it down a bit. Or maybe I want to go super yellow and I'll play around. Oh, no, that's not good. So there's some trial and error, but I think you start to get... I think you start to get a sense of like there are color adjustment, or like sometimes I'll do a thing like this. You'll see I did it here with this bright pink. I'll color pick this pink right here, and then I'll make it brighter. That's one of my like my own personal rules. It's not a real color theory thing, but it's basically the rule is if I have a color that is already existing, like if I have a gray that kind of looks blue, I'm allowed to make it more blue a little bit, right? Or if I have, then that's one of the benefits of working very gray, right? If I have a gray that looks green, like this looks green, but it's not green. Like it's kind of a green, but it's kind of like a blue-green. I can make it more green if I want, just a little bit. But I try to keep it the same value, and sometimes that allows me to put little color notes in places. Like, you know, maybe emphasize, you know, this and make it a little bit more neon or something. So sometimes it's like building up the color that already is there. Sigamore says, well, when you already know what you're drawing, it's pretty clear, but what happens between the empty thumbnail and a clear idea? Oh, okay, so like in this stage, right? Like this stage. So sometimes, because I'm working in color, sometimes I don't know, like let's ignore the fact that these were going to be people's heads, because I think I've already abandoned that idea. So let's just say these are just color blobs. I don't really know what it's going to be. Actually, here, let's just start blank thumbnail. So sometimes, because if I start like with a random colors, like maybe, oh gosh, how do I explain this? I mean, there is a lot of random, but then I'm taking the random. Okay, so mentally I'm going in a cycle. I'm like doing this circular thing. So think of it like, imagine you are a manipulator of the clouds, right? And so you are making a random shape, literally at random, and you're throwing it in the sky. And then you're saying, and so that's step one. And then you go to the next step, which is like, what does that thing look like? And you're like, oh, it looks like a bunny. And then you say, okay, well, bunnies should have ears. And then you say, okay, let's add 2 little extra things up there. And then maybe some other stuff that didn't quite look like a bunny, I'm going to mess around that. And then you go back and you say, okay, what does it look like now? Oh, it could be like eating a carrot. You know, okay, well, let's give it a carrot shape, right? And so you're kind of going, but I'm doing that with color, right? So I'm saying sometimes I'll start, and sometimes it's not random, right? Sometimes it's like, let's pick a dark color, right? So I think lots of paintings should have warm and cool, maybe like, you know, cool could be blue, but also maybe we do that a lot, so maybe I don't want it blue. Maybe I'll make it slightly a pinky color, right? And maybe I'll mix this pink into the blue and see what I get, right? Okay, we have this purple color. Great. You know, maybe I don't want it super saturated. But well, that was just an analogy to go in a loop. So I'm trying to explain how that works for color now. So like, sometimes I just start picking random colors because they're nice. Sometimes I do like a warm and cool. So, you know, I could do yellow and you know, this is where like complements can be nice, kind of. I don't really think of it as complements typically, but, you know, maybe it's like, you know, a sun color or a warm color. Maybe some oranges, right? Oranges are nice. Some yellows are nice. Maybe we do all of those, right? Sometimes I have sort of these, you know, there are some guidelines I have like around, you know, temperature. So like this is very desaturated. Sorry, not temperature, but saturation. So this is very desaturated, right? This is very saturated. And so sometimes if I already have one color that is saturated, I will just go and pick a color that isn't saturated, right? So sometimes I start very, very simple, and then I start building up from there, right? So in this case, I have a yellow, or I have purples, and I have some yellows. That's pretty standard. But maybe I say, okay, well, I want some darker colors too. Okay, so we could go dark purple. But what if we change that purple into some of that blue we had? So maybe we do like a dark blue as well. Ooh, that's a very dark blue. But there's a thing. We have this dark blue, dark purple. Maybe I want some color variety in here. Maybe also from some like orange to... Again, I'm just basically at this is the random stage. This is more or less the random stage. I'm just picking colors that kind of sort of might work together without really caring what it is. But now, at some point, I might say, okay, well, what is it that I'm actually painting? And maybe I'll do, yeah, color associations. Maybe I'll say, you know, maybe there's going to be a castle in the background. Okay, well, I don't know why purple castle, but I don't know. Maybe it's a castle. So maybe I'll start designing the castle and say, okay, well, the castle could have different materials for the roof, right? Something up here, something down here, right? I could start just sketching it in with lines, but maybe I want to, I'm still in the color phase. So what if I put like, what if it had a green roof? Well, this is where I start doing a little bit of color theory. I'm not just going to put green in the roof. That's ridiculous. But what I might do is I might take a green, just like a medium green, and I'll lightly paint it in here. Very, very lightly. I'll mix it with this pink. And now I get a new color. And maybe I'll take some of that green and I'll mix it with the purple, and I'll get a new color, which is like a very gray color. And so now I have this green that I can mix into the scene, which is a very, very, very gray green. And that works fairly nicely because I know that gray can work. And maybe this doesn't look great, and so maybe I want to play around. Maybe the sky's a little more green. You know, I know that if I make the sky greener, it's gonna balance out that green in the building a little more, because it's not gonna be as harsh up against like the yellow. So I'm kind of making a transition color. Maybe I put some of the green in here, or maybe some of the yellow in there. And then I jump around. Then I kind of, okay, well, it's sort of looking like a house, but now what does this house need? Right? This is like the carrot part of the bunny with the thing. This is like, okay, we got the house, but what does this house need? Well, maybe it's sitting on like some rocks or something. Okay, well, let's make those rocks. Let's make it that way. Well, hold on, rocks. Maybe I want some saturation change, so we'll add some color. Also, like, I don't like that 99% of this painting is, or it's like an equal amount, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So like, what if I brought in more purple, right, to balance it out? And then now I'm back to values. And so there's sort of this like, I don't know, there's a lot of like finicky with like art things. So like contrast, making sure the colors read. When you paint from reference, like recently in the Art Gym stream, do you think about stylizing color? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it kind of depends. I don't know. I don't always. Like, I didn't very much that time. But there definitely are times. Like, actually, here, I can show you. This is the thing I did for the Art Gym. Yeah, like here, I added a little bit of brightness here because the classic thing when you're adding bright light to a thing. I will bring in colors that are maybe not realistic. You know, maybe I'll up the saturation in parts because I might think it looks nice. There are little, tricks and tips and things that I picked up along the way that make things look nice. And so sometimes I'll, or like, one of my tips that I mentioned is like sometimes you have a color that kind of looks like a color. So like maybe I know I have a blue sky, and sort of intellectually I know that blue could make its way into the shadow. So maybe I'll just like test out a spurious mark on the roof that is blue, right? Because I know there's blue light coming down, and the reason this is the cool gray that it is because blue. So maybe I'm allowed to make it a little more blue, right? So sometimes, and that's a stylization choice. That's me pushing a color in one direction. If you have a patch of warm grass on the ground, right? Maybe in the painting it's closer to this color, like a light yellow. But maybe I want to make it a little more saturated around the edges, and I'm gonna put a little bit of punchy color around it. Like there definitely are things like that. I don't typically. And this is also where like overlays and stuff work, where if you have, and again, I'm going to do this in this painting. Sometimes you have like the foundation of something and you're just like, what if I just change the color? What if I just come in here with an overlay? Whoop, not that. An overlay. And what if I just put in a different color? Right? That's affecting all the colors I had all at once, right? So this overlay is going to affect the green, it's going to affect the purple, and it's going to affect the orange. Right? And so I put that in, and I'm like, oh, that's actually really interesting. And because I'm still so early, sorry if I'm yelling, hold on. That was a very loud... I think I need to turn down my music for myself. One moment. Okay, well, it's hard. It's just a sliver. But anyway, now it's probably too quiet. I don't know. But sometimes I'll do that where I do kind of jump around, and if I'm not liking a direction of something, I will change it. Like that's the thing, because I don't know what I'm painting at this point. Also, what is this mark doing here? I have a random red line. But because at this stage I don't really know what I'm painting, I mean, I have an idea. Maybe it would be like a castle. I allow myself to make drastic color changes. Mostly what I look for is stuff that like patterns that I'm already aware of. So there, you know, things like saturation, things like color temperature, and I kind of picked the green because in some ways I thought it wouldn't work, but it you know, maybe there was a way to make it work and I want to play with that. And yeah, maybe so sometimes it's, I think there's a lot of tricky things about color that I find, and tricky in like the unintuitive sense. I think a lot of times there's like the psychological component where like if you have values that are balanced nicely, you'll say, "Oh, those colors look so nice." And if your values, it could be the exact same colors, but if they're balanced poorly, you're not going to make a comment on the colors, right? It's like you're just going to be like, "Oh, those are colors." But when they're balanced really nicely and they're composed in a nice way, then you sort of realize that they actually look nice. And I think that happens a lot. And so sometimes color gets sort of like, it gets all the praise when it's working, when it's not the color's fault, or it's not the color doing it, and then it gets all the blame when it's not working and it's also not the color's fault. Like it kind of just gets both ends of the spectrum there, and it's so I don't know. Sometimes it's not even a color issue. Like I think these colors work, right? They're very sunsetty colors. I don't know if I want to paint a sunset today, so I may just do something different. Maybe I'll take this blue from the ground that we have and lightly paint in here and say like, what if it were a nighttime scene? And maybe we'll do something like that. And then if it were a nighttime scene and we have some of this yellow, what if I were to bring in some of that yellow into here in like windows? Yeah, it's how you use it, not what it is. Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. I also will sometimes play around with like, you know, grays. You know, like in this painting, maybe I'm feeling the colors are a bit all over the place. And so maybe I want to simplify. You know, maybe I take, I don't know, I'm trying to just not make a complete mess out of this example, but like, you know, I kind of like some of this stuff in here. It's very gray orange. It's kind of a neat color in some ways. So I'm there, you know, I'm kind of wondering to myself if I can't make a scene using that. And so maybe you know, I'm kind of seeing some house shapes in here. And I kind of like these grays. So what if I added more of those grays to these faces of the house, you know? And then the dark purple can be the backside of the house. Same over here. Right? And so maybe now when I add little bits of gray here and there, I can treat that as sort of like the light on the house or something. And so it's, in this case, it's like, okay, well now I actually like the colors, and so now I'm trying to find a way to use them in a way that is appealing. But this one's kind of a mess. I don't know if it's because I was talking during it and I was like fumbling around. But I think a lot of it is, for me, it's a trying to balance the art stuff, which is like things like, you know, contrast and temperature and how much of a color or lightness or darkness you have. You know, is your painting 90% dark and 10% light, right? Like that's going to affect how you view the painting. Or if it's like 50-50, it's gonna feel kind of like the mood isn't really saying one thing or another, you know? So sometimes you want to like push it a little bit. And so there's a lot of like those concepts that aren't really about the color. It's more about like the proportions, I guess. Like, if you're making a recipe, it's not really always about the ingredients, about how much of each you use. So yeah, it's kind of like that, I guess. Sagamore says, have you tried hue saturation change? I have tried them a little bit, that randomized parameters on the stroke. Yeah, I find those are fun. I don't use a lot of them. I find they're hard to use in any stage outside of like the very, very early stages. But yeah, I've sometimes used them. I think anything that adds variety and randomness. Also, I'm not liking this painting at all, by the way. These colors, it's just they're not. So maybe I'm gonna. And actually, it's not even the colors that I don't like. It's actually, this might be the drawing that I don't like. I just did the thing. I blamed the colors for something that wasn't the colors' fault. The colors did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. So now what I'm going to do, because I actually do like these colors, I'm going to take a smudge brush and I'm going to smudge the colors together. And I'm just going to sort of smudgy them. Smudge them together and see if I can't pull something out of this mess. You know, obviously the blue in the sky is an easy way to, like, you know, it could be a sky, so that's something. You know, when in doubt, you could just make your screen black and white and just ignore colors altogether. Like, if I know that... What's happening? Here. So, like, if I know that I like these colors, because I've decided that I like them, right? I could make this black and white and just do a composition sketch with this, right? I could say, what if we were to change this completely? What if this were a giant something? Again, I'm not even worried about colors at all. I cannot see the colors. I see gray just like you guys now. You know, I want some light in here, so I'm going to pick the brightest part of my painting. I assume that's a bright yellow, but I don't actually know. And maybe I do something like this, and now I'm changing the entire painting. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe I'm just going to make some... Again, and now I'm doing the thing with the clouds a little bit. I'm just sort of making some shapes. See if there's something I can't... come up with. So it's... Color is... Even though I think about color, I oftentimes am not thinking about color also. And just kind of... We'll see how it goes. So maybe I'm doing a quick sketch of something unrelated to the colors that I'm painting. And at some point I might even forget what colors I'm working with. I don't know, some little creature or something sitting on a log. And then, like, now if I take the colors off, it's like, okay, well, we got something there. You know, do I like the yellow here? Not really, but it could be like a sun or something. Or maybe then we can get rid of it. We can bring back some of this stuff. You know, stuff like that. I don't... Yeah, I didn't do a very good job of... Oops, there's Discord. Let's... Oh, wrong Discord. Let's close my Discord. Didn't mean for that to open. Also, I just realized I didn't have something open. I apologize. If anybody was on YouTube and trying to chat, I ignored you. I didn't mean to. Actually, I don't even have... No, nobody said anything on YouTube. Thank goodness nobody chatted on YouTube. I wouldn't have seen it anyway. No, I'm kidding. If people want to chat on YouTube, you're more than welcome to. But let me make my screen... There. Let me open up... Let me open up the chat so I can properly see the two chats. But yeah, sometimes also with color, like in this one, you know, the longer I look at it, the more dull it looks. And so I kind of have this urge, or whatever you want to call it, to ignore that popping up. I was just loading up my streamer bot. There we go. chat. StreamerBot is what I used for my chat feature. For those who are wondering what the heck a StreamerBot is, no, I am not botting. That is... It's just a thing that I use to combine the chats so I can read them both, and that way I don't have to jump between browsers. Anyway. But, yeah, so sometimes I will do something like this where I'll take the thumbnail that I already have, and I will... I guess I could do it with a brush, just to be fancy. I could do like a saturation brush, and then I could take another brush here, and I could paint in a saturated color, like this. Not that I want it this saturated, but sometimes that might give me, you know, if maybe I want like little notes of vibrancy around here. Right, you could do all sorts of stuff like that. Hey, Commissar Skull, how's it going? You know, so maybe stuff like this where you just get little bits of notes of color popping in. I think that could be nice. All good. Glad it's going well. And of course, if I do it like this painting, not a whole lot changes because it's already very vibrant. You know, so I think with color, there's a lot of exploration. Like here, for example, I had a variety of color. So, you know, just by putting saturation all the way up, you get new colors. But they're colors that'll kind of already work with the things you have. That's something that you know, again, it's sort of I don't know if you would call it a theory, but it's more like sometimes all you need to do is adjust the amounts, right? With, you know, using the cooking analogy. I find that if I just need to adjust the amounts of things, this is just like turning up the spice, you know? It's like I already have a little bit of spice, I'm just adding more of it. Or like I already have a little bit of something, I'm just going to crank it up more, right? Same thing with like brightness and darkness. You already have the ingredient in there, you're just changing the ratios of things. And I find that's a nice way to work, and most of the time any colors will work if you just fiddle with those amounts enough. I don't know. That's the way I do it. Pretty chill, pretty straightforward. I try not to stress about it too much. And there's definitely, I think, some, you know, as I do it more, I get an intuition of what I like to paint and how I like to paint things. You know, like right now, for example, I'm adjusting value, so I'm adding in, painting in some negative space with this color, but maybe I want that color a little bit more blue, so I put in some blue into there, and so now that's a new color. Works for you and it looks good. Sounds fair. Yeah. Yeah, Commissar Skull, I'm kind of still on the responding to a question that was asked like 25 minutes ago about like how I pick colors in sort of the messy stage. So some of it's random, but also a lot of it's like making these little choices, like, you know, do I want a painting that's mostly dark or mostly light? And once I make that choice, I start nudging my colors in that direction. Yeah, I don't know exactly where I'm going with this yet. I'm thinking I like the vibrancy, so I'm also thinking some dynamic shapes in here with those colors, those color notes, to have like a dynamic sort of feel. If that makes sense. Like sometimes I feel like a painting with a lot of movement feels more energetic, but so does a color with lots of little splashes of color. And so like I'm gonna combine those. If that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe some shape here. Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's intuition, but my intuition has been shaped by choices and things that I've done in the past, right? It's not like, I don't know, maybe I just have a weird grasp of the English language, but like for some reason when I think of intuition, I think of a thing where it's like this thing that you've always had, right? It almost feels like using the word natural in there. It's like, no, it's a, there are points where I will just like, I don't know. I think in some ways it's, yeah, like like talent. Yeah, exactly. I think for me, in some ways, again, it's hard to know exactly because like when you learn stuff, you just kind of learn it. It's not like you are, it's not like you got a, a level up notification or something. It just happens, right? And then it's like, oh, I didn't even realize that I've learned, you just kind of do sometimes. I think for me, it's in some ways, it's almost like a trigger word or like a mental trigger where like there will be something about what I'm doing that will trigger me to have a thought that relates to like the changes I could make to solve the problem. So for example, if I'm picking for example, if I'm going to make something darker, right? I think the intuition of a complete beginner is to add black. So here's the green that I already have. Let's just add black. There's my new color. Every time now when I think I want to make it darker, I also think, should the shadow, is this shadow? Yes. Should it be dark? Do I want my shadows to be warmer or cooler? Typically, I'm going to move it a little bit. Even if I don't really have a good reason to, I will do it just out of habit because I've trained myself to think, oh, I'm making it darker. Let's also make it a little bit cooler or make it a little bit warmer in addition to being darker, right? So that's like the trigger thought for do this thing, right? And that thing is remind myself to make a choice. There's a crossroads here. I'm making a decision, I'm making it darker, and now I need to figure out in which way am I making it darker, right? And then I might say, okay, well now I want to add some light. Great, same question, right? Is the light more saturated, like a super blue light or something? Or is it gonna be a desaturated light? In this case, maybe it's like bright white almost. Maybe I want to, again, if I'm gonna add some red, now I'm thinking, okay, well, what was my light? Okay, well, in the light, it was very, very desaturated and warm, so I'm gonna make it a little orange. And in my shadows, it was cooler, right? I had already decided this was cooler back here. So now my red is going to be cooler, and in this case, maybe just more well, it could be more saturated or desaturated, but I'm going to make it more desaturated because warm being darker makes it look cooler. So I'm going to put it in here. So let's put some red in here. And this will be my red in the shadows. This will be my red in the light. Maybe I want a little bit notes of red in here just so that we know that it's more red. And so I kind of have like a system for that. And so, okay, so now I have some reddish color up here. And I have some reddish color down there. They're different. They're relating to my light. And so sometimes it's like literally based on the light. Same thing with like greens, maybe a yellow, warm yellow up here, or warm yellow green. And then I want like a darker, cooler green. Maybe something like that. Maybe even cooler than that. Again, just kind of fiddling around to make it look good. Something like that. And so now we have some greens, we have some reds, we have some yellows. And so at each stage, even with things like making a shape or making a, I don't know. And then I might, for example, the second I was going to move into composition here, I was going to say, what if we were to make some shapes like trees or a house, right? That's, especially when I'm talking, I oftentimes will go to like the same subjects. But very quickly, once I go into composition, I start thinking about like, okay, how much brightness do I want? Do I want this much brightness, right? Or do I want, maybe I want more brightness, and so I'll actually add in additional patches of this bright color, right? And I can really lighten up my whole scene. Or maybe I want to darken my scene, right? So I start thinking about the ratios of how much light should be in my scene. And if I decide that a lot of light wants to be in my scene, maybe I start looking for areas that I can add additional light. And then in looking for areas to add additional light, I might think, okay, well, let's make this shape more interesting. Maybe the light shapes are, these angular shapes over here. And then, of course, we need some over here because it's another light. And so now I'm adding that light to the scene, but I'm doing it with the thought of composition, or, but again, maybe I like some of the reds, so maybe I put some of the red in here, maybe around where the light is, because that's why that red was there, and then these reds could be in the shadow. And then if I don't know what that red is, maybe they're trees, so maybe I draw some trees, and then maybe I can paint them red. So there's sort of like I don't know, it's like one thought will lead to the next. I don't know, I'm trying, I just had a thought, or an analogy, and it might be a terrible analogy. I'm trying to articulate like how my brain thinks about things. And it's things that I've sort of, in some part, I think, taught myself to do. I think it's a similar to, like, you know how, I mean, I'm sure some streamers do it. I probably do it to some extent. But, like, people who maybe they go to a lot of, like, fancy things or, like, parties or they're public facing a lot, and they've sort of trained themselves to always be concerned with how they look, right? Like, they can't even leave the house with, like, let me double check before I go out. I gotta make sure I look in the mirror and see how I look, right? Like, that happens for a reason, right? They want to make sure that they are presentable when they're in public, and so they've taught themselves to do this thing to, like, it's not, even if they weren't thinking about it, it'll trigger the second they approach the door. It's like, oh, I should double check that my hair looks good or something, or that I've, whatever, right? There's sort of this, like, you don't ever or same thing with, like, I don't know, if you're in a public space or if you're on TV or something, you don't just forget. And so it's like everything that you do has this little tiny part of your brain that is remembering that you're on TV, or that you're speaking to children and not adults, or that you're doing a thing. And so when I'm painting, there's sort of like that in the back of my mind. It's like, just from experience and having done it, where everything I do is colored by, before I do that, I gotta think of composition. Oh, composition also affects these things. Let me double check those. It's like, and again, I'm not saying I'm great at it, and I'm hopefully always getting better at making those choices. So, like, I'll do those things only in more and more appropriate times, and I won't just be doing them randomly, right? Like, hopefully you're not overly concerned with a thing to the point that it's ruining your painting. But I feel like it's a little bit like that. It's like, that's the intuition part, right? Where it's intuitive that, like, when you walk into a library, you lower your voice. Not because you know it, like, it's not because you were born that way. It's because you've experienced libraries enough to know that you lower your voice when you walk into a library, right? It's kind of like that. So, like, when I pick colors, I've learned some things, some things like, if you're, shadows oftentimes aren't just darker versions. They have all these, they're teeming with different colors of, there are tons of little bounce light and all these little notes of color in there. Or, if I make my bright super unsaturated, right, like very almost white, then my shadows maybe can get more room for different vibrant colors. Or maybe if I want my shadows all very, very dark, maybe I can allow more nuance in my lights, right? Like, it's sort of a lot of it's just like art wisdoms, I guess. I don't know. Sorry if I'm rambling. Or, like, sometimes even a painting like this, right, where I feel like maybe sometimes you diagnose your painting and you say, my painting feels a little saturated, Maybe there's a way that I can introduce, like, some grays in here, and maybe you'll, maybe like a blue gray, because skies are oftentimes blue. Maybe I'll put some blue gray in here. Maybe I'll put some, brighten it up near the, I still want it bright, so I'm going to put some very, very bright colors down here. And maybe that'll help desaturate it a bit. Maybe I can bring some of that color, that blue shadow color, that cool temperature into the greens. And maybe I'm, painting it into the shadows. Maybe I'm going to paint some of that blue into here as well. And so I'm just kind of putting a light blue over everything, you know, to like sort of add some cool colors to it. And that felt a little too blue, so I lightened it up. I don't know. I don't know what a good I know it's hard. I feel like it's hard to talk about painting sometimes without using too many analogies. Like, I think talking is another good one, where you can just kind of ramble. And it's like, how do you choose what words to use? Or how do you know where to put emphasis on which word? It's like, well, it depends on what I'm saying. You know? It's like, how... I don't know that I could tell someone, like, and again, I don't think, like, I'm a great speaker. Similarly, I don't think I'm a great painter. But I do have my own way of talking, right? And so it's like, most of it I didn't consciously think about, but there definitely were times where I did, you know, over my life, I have learned vocab. I have read things that have, you know, I've seen things that have, like, people or who talk a certain way that I think is interesting, and maybe I mimic them a bit. But there's also, like, grammar stuff I've learned. And at some point, you just kind of string it all together, and if you say things that you don't like, you change how you say them, and over time, you learn better ways of you know, it's all intuitive, but it's not. Like, you've definitely learned it. I think also I have a lot of... I shouldn't say a lot. This sounds like I'm bragging, and I don't even think this is a great thing. But I feel like I have a handful of what do I have a handful of? Of something. I have hands. No, I have a handful of like I guess what Casey Snow says, like, schema for like general compositions. I like to think of them as like standard models kind of thing, like, you know, light or dark foreground, light background kind of thing, where, like, you know, this particular painting is going to have a bright sky. Not all paintings have a bright sky, but some do. And ones that do oftentimes also have a dark foreground, so maybe I could put some dark foreground objects in here. And so that's kind of like a schema. And then sometimes you have paintings with, like, you know, a tree grove in the middle of it, and then the sky is kind of, you know, medium light, and then the foreground has this, like, big area of brightness in front of it, right? And, like, that's another schema kind of for composition. A lot of environments take on this kind of look, or, like, you know, maybe they'll have a bit of brightness in the sky as well. But this would be like sun, right? So the sky would be this darker blue, and then the sun would be shining, but then like on a field, but then you have this, like, shadowy area of trees or something where the deep shadows underneath. So maybe you have some light up here as well, but you still have this dark band of trees, right? That's really common too. And so sometimes I just will start with one of those and, like, kind of like, okay, what if this one has a bunch of red in the middle, you know? Instead of green trees, what if we put red trees? And, oh, these trees, because I know we're going to have light shining on them, let's make this red more warm and a little bit orangey. And we'll put some orange up here. Maybe I'm going to start very orange, and I'll lighten it up later. So I'm going to put some orange in there. But then the foreground, again, I said it was going to be in light, so let's pick a nice warm color. It's going to be like an autumn painting, probably. And maybe we get some red in there. Again, I just said autumn, so let's put some red notes in here. Again, maybe some red in the foreground, maybe some orange in the foreground. And then, of course, I want similar things in the light. Oops. But yeah, I guess that's how I do it. But then I also like the grays, so maybe I bring back in some of the grays in here, because I know that you shouldn't just have pure, you know, you should have some negative spaces, and also I like it's getting quite saturated, so I'm going to bring in some of those desaturated grays. There's also like a common, I don't know if it's a rule. It's not a rule. It's like a word of wisdom where like having gradients in your painting is really nice. So sometimes you have, oftentimes the gradient in the sky is from dark to light. So dark at the top, lighter at the bottom near the horizon. But also you might have like a blue to a slightly different blue across the top, right? And so it might change as you go there. And so maybe I try that. Maybe I do like a light, one type of blue that gradates into a different type, and maybe there's some clouds or something. I don't know. There's lots of options. And of course, it wouldn't be a sky if it didn't reflect into the shadows some. Then I think about composition. I'm just trying to talk through what I'm thinking of. If this is podcasty, or if this is too rambly for y'all, I apologize. Feel free to ask questions and change my... You can change the topic of conversation by asking or not even asking a question, just saying something. Say something to make me change my ramble. Nah, it's cool. All right. Yeah, I'm just rambling. If you get anything out of it, so be it. I did this so a lot of times, so I have a Patreon, which I have been kind of bad at uploading. I just upload something for free on there, so you don't have to be a Patreon an actual member to see it. But basically, I did like an analysis of a thing, kind of like a ramble of a thing that I was doing a couple streams ago. And sort of like, there's some cool stuff that I felt like I learned from it, and so I kind of wrote it up. And I feel like I'm kind of doing that here. We're just talking through my process, and occasionally I might like find something that I say that I hadn't really thought much about before, and then I kind of expand on it and dive into it. I don't know. Like, I think the big broad strokes are pretty samey, and you can find that advice anywhere. Like, I don't think I'm doing anything unique in that regard. I'm using warm. So, for example, in this painting, my light is all very, very warm. Well, not all my light, but my sky is very cool, right? And relative to my sky, my big shapes, right? These are all very, very warm. Like relative to the sky, right? These are oranges, reds, all that. And then I have a patch of sunlight, which is very, very warm compared to my shadows yet. So we have like cool, warm, warmer, right? Or at least I hope it's warmer. And so to maybe make it feel even more warmer, I'm going to add even more saturation in here. And so I really just have these simple patches, right? There's not a whole lot going on. And yes, there's some nuance in here and some variety. And this is something, again, going back to my ramble about like Minecraft YouTubers. This is something they're really good about, is like not just trying to use one block, right? Let's just add variety. They want to break up the shapes. They want to break up the brushstrokes. Mark Kabuchi talks about this, where just he has all these different brushstrokes, and I'm not great at this, but he'll use 20 different brushes, and he'll some soft edges, some hard edges. He'll use different brush strokes. He'll just use a variety. So everywhere you look, there's still this sort of overall harmony, but it's interesting, right? Everything is interesting. There's a variety of shapes. It's not just pure repetition. I think that's why stamp brushes are, for me, a little bit of a tricky one, because like if you use enough of them, you can make it work. I think Devin Ellie Kurtz does that really well. She makes her own stamp brushes, and she uses such a variety of them that it still feels fresh and original. But if you're just like me and bad at making brushes, or bad at doing stamp brushes, everything will feel the same. And so that's why I don't like stamp brushes. I find they're actually in some ways harder to use. And then when I get into... I left them in sketches, by the way. You're not good at colors. You actually tried using some of your color techniques. Oh, the sketches? Sketches section. Oh, let me take a look. Amazing. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, I'd love to see. Ooh, I like these. Ooh, I really like... Okay, so I really like that top left one. Because I really love the color variety you did with, like, in the greens. It's not... So kind of going back to what we were talking about, even though you have just, like... It's a pretty standard, you know, dark foreground, light background. The variety of green, it's not just one green in a lighter version, but it also has that... As it gets lighter towards the horizon, right, you can see how Commissar Skull is making it also more yellow. And then in the mid-ground, it's actually getting a little bit more blue, right? And so it's not just light, medium, dark, but it's light with a bunch of nuance, but also a structure to the nuance. And then the mid-ground with a bunch of nuance, and also like different shapes, right? You have obviously structure and buildings and stuff. Yeah, I really like that. Whereas, like, if you compare that to, say, like, also this one, this top one, I think you did another great example of that, right? There's from red to orange, so there's a gradient, but also it's technically dark to light, and then the foreground has both the warm blue and the dark blue, but it's still overwhelmingly cool, even though you have little notes of orange poking through. Whereas if you compare that to, like, I guess the purple, you kind of did that. It's harder to read, though, because it feels more samey. But I really like these two. Yeah, I like these. These are cool. Hey, Azel Ruthven, how's it going? Yeah, no, I think you did a really good job on those. And again, anytime I say that, it's not like I'm doing better than you are, you know? So it's not like, you know, yeah, you're doing... I mean, I like them. I think they're super cool. In fact, I should probably take notes from you and add more of that just, like, simple... simple as in, like, just appealing, right? Less is more kind of thing, where you have these nice gradients from, like, top to bottom. Sometimes mine get a little bit messy and hectic. But, like, here's an example where, like, I think I need to add some dark in the foreground, but following the pattern that I already have, right? I have the cool here, the warm here, the warmer here. But because this is still shadow, I think we can go even warmer, and we can go dark, like purple. And we can put little notes in here of super dark purple. A bit tired, but doing all right. What about you? I'm doing good. Also a little tired. I've been yapping nonstop for the last hour and a half. Today's been like a ramble stream, but it's been fun. I've been playing with color a lot today. Just sort of a color explosion on screen of all sorts of things and little mark makings. Balancing with the background. Well, it's more like I'm looking for a color for like the occlusion areas or the occluded shadows, and because I already had a color for the shadows, which is this area, I wanted to just go a darker version of that. So that to me, that darker version would be more saturated. We could go less saturated, but I feel like because we have a strong light here, these shadows are almost overwhelmingly being illuminated by the light, whereas like the blue here is being illuminated by the sky. And so I just feel like saturated could be the I mean, I don't know if it would matter. We could probably go desaturated foreground. I have a hunch it wouldn't look as good, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just chugging my tea. I don't know why, I'm just really thirsty. Okay. Luckily I have a big cup of tea, so I still have a bunch left. Okay. A bit tired, doing all right. What about you? Yeah, drink, drink, drink. Yeah, was the gulping coming through the microphone? It might have been. It might have been coming through. Maybe a little bit. Hydrate. I think I just did. I tried to do a loud gulp. I don't know. I don't think that one came through either. Okay. But yeah, anyway, I like these colors. I think some of this stuff could probably be simplified in the background also. I think sometimes with paintings like this, doing some depth of field type stuff, where like you have the blurry foreground, could help sell the image a little bit. It's the stream delay. Don't drown yourself. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not gonna drown myself. I'm good. Well, normally when I stream, I actually just forget to drink my tea, or like even when people do the redeem, I take like one sip and then I put it back, and then I forget. So I still end the stream with like a full cup of tea. But I think today we're gonna actually finish it. It's still warm. Speaking of warm, let's add some warm to this. What if we come in here and maybe I don't know. Is that too much? Just ever so slightly adding some like orangey yellows in here. We definitely need a subject matter in here, like an animal or something. Actually, I kind of even like some of that orange in here. It's kind of nice. Little notes of orange in the blue. That's kind of nice. Okay, this one needs some help, though, for sure. I think also another color tip, I don't know if it's really a tip, but it's more just like, when I do want to like lighten something up, or warm something up, I oftentimes use like a super soft brush, right? So it's I might be using the same brush I am now, but I'm not going like, oh, let's add blue to the sky. I'm just like, let's make it a little cooler, and so I'll just lightly paint in that blue, and I let the colors, you know, there's a lot of like there's nuance back here, and I think that for me plays a big part. Why do we go from 9 to 6 thumbnails? I don't know. We could go to 9. I have the thumbnail. I have the things here. I think because I've been doing more yapping lately, and it's harder to be making 9 thumbnails in 2 hours. We could do 9. I don't mind doing 9. I just feel like I don't ever get them done in time, and then I don't know. I don't really have a reason. It's the same reason why, like, if I do interiors, I almost always only do 4. It kind of depends on what I'm doing. If I'm cranking out stuff that I'm pretty comfortable with, I can go faster. But if I'm trying to, like, actually explore ideas that maybe I haven't explored in a while, I tend to go a little slower. Or if I'm doing things that require a lot of perspective or shape design, I'll go a little slower. Hey, we got somebody on YouTube. Titan, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I think it's a lot of just like, kind of depends on what we're doing. Let's complete the rainbow. I mean, I think we have the full rainbow of colors in here already. Like, just in this painting, we have a lot of them. This painting, I think we have all of them. I think there's every color in the rainbow in this one. Yeah, exactly, Commissar Skull. With 6, you invest more time in those 6, whereas with 9, you invest less time per thumbnail. Exactly. And so it is, sometimes it is, like, if I felt like this thumbnail was great, I would have moved on anyway, because I think these all are okay. This one is a little bit weak, but I can stay that way. Also, I'm kind of just playing around with color today. I'm not really playing around with idea. And so I could still take, like, this painting and play around more with idea. And so, like, do I need to move on when this one, that I haven't even figured out what I'm painting, right? Or, like, why not add some shapes here and you know, some line work and figure out kind of, you know, why not build up on those a little bit and make them a bit more better, better, gooder, more gooder. It's like, here, colors, yeah. But we don't really have much green in here, really. We can add more green and more yellow. Got some of those purpley blues sticking through. Starting out very, very abstract. Looks like toxic. Toxic green. Toxic green waterfalls. Disney evil villain green? Yeah. No, I'm doing toxic waterfall green. And so and just like before, once I made these colors and I thought they looked like toxic waterfall, I'm shaping them into a waterfall. You know, here's a little rock. Here's some more rocks. Some darker colors in the foreground, maybe. Adding some of that color here. Chernobyl Waterfall Green. Yeah, that's the real color name, Chernobyl Waterfall Green. Yeah, no, it's no, it's fun though. This is something I've always enjoyed, is sort of playing with super saturated colors and then a lot of desaturated colors. You know, I am trying to figure out, like, you know, if we have toxic sky, oftentimes the atmosphere is very saturated. Like, if you ever have seen a sky when you have a lot of, like, wildfires, they can get quite red. And so I'm actually going to add in some of this orange, or maybe even red. I still want the green to be the most important thing, but maybe we do put some of this hazy orange in the sky as well. It's almost a beautiful... this is a thought that I had last time. So I live in the Pacific Northwest, you know, Washington State, and we oftentimes will have, like, wildfires in California or in Canada. Sometimes it'll blow down or just across the state. So a lot of time, and I live in a valley, and oftentimes the air can be kind of like stagnant. And so when the wildfire air blows in, it kind of fills up this valley. So, like, I live, you know, there's some mountain ranges, right? And then here's the ocean. This is how I'm drawing the ocean, by the way. But when the wildfires will, like, blow into this valley and they get stuck in here, right? So you have all this air being filled up, basically, in this valley between the mountains. And then when the sun sets, you get this red haze. It just fills the sky with red. And it's kind of gorgeous. Like, one of the things that, like, toxic air is beautiful. It looks so nice. Beautiful sunsets. Terrible to breathe. Not good for you. Not good for anything around. But you know what? It is beautiful. So that's another thing. Like, I associate toxic sunsets with like a bright red, bright orange, basically just unnaturally like hazy, smoggy, but also gorgeous lighting, really saturated colors shining through. So yeah, there's sort of this, that's kind of, I don't know, maybe I add some of that in. So sometimes my color choices are exactly that, where I'm relying on experiences in real life and making an analogy towards it, and then changing the colors based on the thing that I'm painting. So obviously I've never seen bright green waterfalls, but I feel like if I did see them, it would be when there is like natural disasters all around me, right? And that probably would be sunset-y vibes. Lots of smog. Stuff in the air. I don't know. I like that way of thinking because it's sort of like a mood. It's I don't know. It's thinking about mood when I'm painting. This might be the best thumbnail I've done today. Actually, it probably is the best thumbnail I've done today. Assuming I can keep it this way. Sometimes I ruin them as I paint on them for too long. I try to do too much. Thank you for the follow, Gothic Nun. There, we've got some running waterfalls. Okay, let's get a vote going on. No, not yet. We can do a couple more. Okay, let's do another. Maybe not toxic. Let's see. We do have green now. Green, red, purple, blue, pink. We kind of have a pink one, I guess. Orange. We pretty much have all the colors. We don't really, and we have a cyan. I guess we don't have like a blue one. We have like a cyan. I don't know. I think we have pretty much every color used today. Some in these somewhere. Which color? I guess we could do like a blue-orange. I mean, we already have kind of blue-orange up here. What about like blue... I mean, blue-green is another thing that I don't do a lot because I always struggle with it, even though I like it a lot. I think like a super saturated greens and super saturated blues with like a bit of gray. I don't know. I never know how to balance the grays in these. Maybe the blue is the desaturated thing. Like that. Just lightly painting in some darker colors. I'm trying to keep it very gray. But then the blue could be like the deep shadows. I guess we don't really have a sunlight in here, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe the light should be the desaturated part. So like, for example, if I bring in... I'm just making some shapes. Maybe some like light blue, like that. I'm doing a lot of trees today. Very, very tree painting. But maybe this one won't have trees. Maybe this one will be like a temple. Temple, maybe there are some rocks. But like some platforms leading up. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. No, this doesn't... I don't like the colors here. I do not like the colors, but we can fix it, I'm sure. Ooh. Ooh. I've got an idea. Got an idea. Okay, so the idea is foreground shapes going crazy like this, and then kind of having like a... like this pattern. Sort of like they're leading down as they move forward, right? So like, I don't know if that makes sense. So like this, but then they kind of go like we're into the distance. So almost like we're looking at a fence that's falling over, but not a fence. So maybe like rocks or something, or these spires of things sticking up. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a dam. And then maybe through these little thingies, we have like stones in the water or something. I don't know. Little areas. Catching some light. Catching some shadow. Nope. Get rid of the shadow part. No, it's too much. Some blue. You know, I'm mostly just playing around with color. Sometimes I have like a vague pattern or like form or idea that I'm working with. Like this one, I kind of have a this sort of leaning shape pattern that I'm kind of like an old fence. I don't know. Do we draw the fence lines in here? But otherwise, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm kind of just like, yeah, kind of going with the flow. But I do want to say thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate y'all. I'm getting very close to, well, you know what? Why don't we do one more thumbnail and then we can have the full 9. It's a Christmas miracle. 9 thumbnails. We don't typically have 9. I don't like this one. I don't know what's going on here, but it's just not appealing. I do like the overwhelming blue feel, although now we've lost all of the green. I don't know. I always struggle with blue and green paintings. It's just something about it. Like, I like the colors together, but it's hard. It's hard because it's hard to get the right amount of like sunlight, because typically you don't have sun in those paintings. So you have like a moonlight look with like a bright, like almost like a white or something as your light source. But then it's hard to do it in large amounts. Also, I don't know. Maybe let's change the shapes here. Yeah, I don't know, something like that's not bad. Now we're getting into some forms that are starting, they could actually be something. Some like iceberg type things. I don't know. Sort of something. Sort of something. Okay, let's do one more thumbnail. That one works. We could definitely turn this into something, maybe like a house. Yeah, We could do something with that. Okay, one more. Uno mas before we vote. Of course, I have this yellow background on all of these, so maybe we just take them and change up the color. Oh, we're getting a raid. It's a raid. It's a raid. I don't know why my bot's so slow today, but I see the raid from Ron. Welcome in. I'll give it a few moments before I see a chatter or something because you guys are probably stuck in an ad. But if you guys don't know Ronald, I didn't think I shouted him out right. That's not, I didn't do that right. / shout out Ronald P. Maxwell. There we go. I think that worked. Yes, that worked. But yeah, if you guys don't know Ron does a lot of world building. It's super inspiring. I just, you know, I like to ramble about world building, but Ron actually does it. He puts the things to practice, and it's always very cool. I love Ron's streams, and I think just overall very, very inspiring. I feel like Ron's streams and just Ron's art in general and the whole world that they're building up is sort of the thing that, like, if you don't have any ideas, you will get ideas, right? Because yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Is that a good way to describe it? Also, Woosey Doosey, welcome in. Yeah, Ron, I think any sort of world building stream is just great for coming up with ideas and getting you inspired to, like, I don't know. It's like, what if this happened instead, you know? And then you explore it. Because for me, that's such a big part of coming up with ideas is you basically ask questions, you know? I think I've been thinking about this a lot because of some of the books I've been reading. And I've mentioned a few times on stream because of that. Because whenever something's on my mind, inevitably I will talk about it. So, like, you know, just having a big world that you're building, even if you don't have a story, right? I think a lot of people are like, oh, I want to write a story, and that's how I'm going to world build. I think sometimes just having a cool world, and then you can say, what if, you know, a story took place? What if you were a kid growing up in this world? What would your life be like, right? Or what if you wanted to tell the story of one of the characters? They might never interact with 99% of what you've made, but just having built all of that around it gives you all these things that you can bounce ideas off of, right? It's like your own little sounding board where if you want to, you know, what if one of the characters discovered they had a magic power that wasn't anywhere else in the world? How would the world react? What would they do? Well, depending on their values, the culture, what their existing magic is like you could answer those questions, or at least you could start to, and then you could start exploring an idea. I don't know, I always love that. I just love world building. I think, yeah, it's very inspiring. I think that's a good way to describe it. It says, Woosey Doosey, we've discovered today that the giant land octopus would probably pretend to be a mangrove sometimes. Right? That's cool. Like, yeah, okay, so, I mean, just, like, hypothetically, imagine you had a giant land octopus, right? You might say, like, okay, well, how would it not be hunted? Surely if you had this giant creature, the people in your world would get their pitchforks out and go hunting, so maybe it has to camouflage itself, right? And so, like, what could it camouflage, right? And, like, there's sort of this natural progression. Like, if you know your world has people who hunt, and you have this thing, you can kind of assume that your people are going to hunt the thing, and therefore it's going to need a way to defend itself, or hide, you know, run, flight, or fight. And so it's sort of this I feel like a lot of good solutions are really cool ideas, right? I think a lot of times people would hear something like a land octopus camouflaging itself as a mangrove, right? You might hear that and think that is so Like, I can't come up with stuff like that, right? Like, it sounds like a cool idea, especially if you, like, you know, did the designs for it and made it look awesome. And it's like, you know, you see it envisioned well. It can feel like that is such a cool idea. Like, how do people come up with this, right? But then it's like, well, all you have to know is that you have people who would hunt it if it didn't have camouflage, and now you need a way, you know, and you know a little bit about biology to know that, like, you know, things have evolved based on their you know, like, that's how evolution works pretty much. If things die out, then they aren't going to carry on their genes, and so the ones that are hardest to see and that blend into their environment the most are going to be, they're going to survive longer and populate more, and, like, you know, eventually the one, it's going to push it in a direction, and, like, that's kind of, it makes sense. And so you don't even need to have, like, a good idea. You just kind of have these two starting points and say what would happen then, and you let sort of the things run its course. And it's just so cool. I just love that, because, like, I never would have thought of a giant land octopus that can pretend to be a mangrove. Like, that is such a cool idea, and yet it's like, well, duh, like, of course, you know, it feels so natural. I don't know, that stuff's just great. What am I working on? I'm just doing a bunch of thumbnails. We were playing with color. I did a ton of rambling about how I choose colors or choices along the way. We have a toxic waterfall here that we made that I'm quite proud of. A little quick thumbnail sketch that we did. Let's get some color vibes. I quite like this one. I kind of hope we vote on it. But first, let's add a little bit of darkness to this. Mountain Dew Falls. It does kind of look like Mountain Dew Falls, doesn't it? A little bit, yeah. I can see it. I can see the similarity. Or Monster Energy Drink. I feel like that's a, you know, they could sponsor my stream, although I don't really drink Monster Energy Drink, so probably don't. I don't think I would want to do that. Yeah, no. What am I saying? But yeah, here's some shapes. I'm just trying out a little bit of a vignette. A little bit of a, maybe not a vignette, but like a little bit of darkness, a little bit of dark shapes down here. Something to add some contrast. Okay, let's now pick this brush. And we'll go like this, and like this, and like that. So yeah. Somebody asked earlier, why only 6 thumbnails? Well, now it's not. Now it is 9. Hey yo, how's it going? I don't think that's how you would say that. That's hello. 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 I don't know why I read it as hey yo. That's probably not how you intended for that word to be read. How's it going, Jake? Welcome in. Hey yo. I'm just gonna imagine that's how you imagine yourself sounding. I'm gonna make a straw poll right now. One moment. Going to straw poll. Also, why do I have this open? I had another window open. Also, I'm really laggy. Is my... Oh my gosh, I've been dropping frames today. Is my internet not working? I mean, my stream seems to be working, but I can't load web pages. Am I live? It's kind of working. I don't know what's going on. It seems to be working. but everything's very slow today. Looks like it. Yep, everything's in order. Hey, another distortion. Hello. Patman, hello. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's every page is so sluggish. I don't know. I don't understand. Whatever. That's okay. I don't need to know. Hey, yo. I don't need to understand, but there you go. Okay, oh, and if you're on YouTube, I will post a link for you as well. There's that. Okay. Now we are gonna do a 5-minute vote. No cam. Turning off my webcam. Zooming in. Full view. This is we haven't done 10 or 9 thumbnails. We haven't ever done 10 thumbnails. We haven't done 9 thumbnails in a long time. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. I mean, last stream we didn't do any thumbnails. I will pin this to chat. Just a moment. Let me go to Twitch. I'm afraid to, like, load my own Twitch page at this point. But I don't seem to be lagging. Everything is loading so slowly. But I'm not dropping frames in it. Very peculiar. Peculiar. Okay, 4 minutes. 4 minutes to vote. Get your vote in now. Get it while it's hot. And, yeah, so I'm gonna vote. You should be able to vote for multiples. So if you like 1, 3, 5, and 8, you can vote for those. Or if you like 6, 7, 2, and 1, you can vote for those. Or any of them. You can vote for all 9 of them, or all 8 of them minus one of them that you don't like number 9, which isn't going to get any votes, let's be real. I'm going to vote for 7, because I like 7. I think it would be fun to paint on today. Mountain Dew Falls. That would be fun. That link says bad gateway. Does it really? It works for me. Wait, is it just you? Maybe it's... Okay, maybe it's straw poll. Are you sure? Because it works for me. I'm so confused. What if we try it again? Hold on. Did you try the one that I pinned, or... Hold on, maybe my pin went awry. No, that worked. Can you guys try it again? It just started to work? Okay, maybe it's a straw poll issue. Maybe it's not my internet. Here I was thinking it was my internet. I don't know what's going on. This whole thing is... I don't know. Number 6 is winning. 6 and 4 and 7. Come on, can we rally together? And for number 7, can we get I need to go on a campaign. We're gonna campaign like a politician for number 7. 6 is nice too, but let's be real. Also, what in the world? Are people voting for 5? No, they're voting for 4. 6 and 7. Okay. I was like, if you guys vote for 5, I'm just gonna throw out all the votes because there's no way 5 is winning. I mean, look, 2 of you voted for 5, so it's not like your votes are wrong. Did I talk about the bingo thingy today? I didn't, but I want to make a bingo. No, I didn't, but I want to make a 2026 bingo card. For, like, art stuff. Why, Jake, do you have any suggestions for 2026 bingo? For art-related bingo? I want to make my own bingo card. And I'm going to put things on it. that may or may not either happen or like, I don't know. I don't exactly know how to make a bingo card. I've never made one before. But no, I haven't. I do want to make one. I'll probably do it next stream because that's the last stream before the new year for me. Oh, last time you said to remind you about some... Oh, yeah. No, I didn't forget. I just think I'm going to do it next stream. I might forget, though. What was it? Oh, I just want... Okay, so I want to make, like... You know how people make, like, bingo cards for the upcoming year based on, like, events that might happen? So things like, you know... I don't know, just stupid stuff. Like, it could be, like, things in world events or in the art world. But I was thinking not so much, like, events, but more of, like, things that you hear people say, like sort of the common misconception bingo card for art. You know, just all the common ones. You know, some people do like the, you know, telling you that references are cheating or whatever. You know, I don't really like that one because I've never actually heard anyone say that. But just stuff like that. You know, things like, I don't know. It could be anything related to art. Just, you know, one of the ones that I like is when people dismiss... Yeah, exactly. You talked about people going, it's all subjective anyway. Exactly. Like when people ask for art advice and then they're kind of dismissed because it's like, well, it doesn't really, like kind of like, why are you even trying to improve? It's all subjective anyway. That kind of vibe. It's not, they never say it exactly that way, but it's always sort of this like, don't worry, stop stressing so much. It's all subjective and it looks great, you know? It's like, well, that's not helpful. But yeah, exactly. Those kinds of things. So I want to do that, but I'll probably do that next stream, maybe. I don't know. One of these days. Hopefully before 2026. Seems like 6-1. Uh-oh. Number 6 is 1. Number 6. Oh, number 6 is good. I'm happy with 6. Okay, 6 is the winner. That's good. I can live with that. The colors are the nicest, I think. But the painting itself is not terribly exciting. That is just the way it is sometimes. But it's a very autumny piece. Autumn. 6, 7. Dang it. Okay. I'm yeah, it doesn't surprise me someone said 6, 7. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let me put my webcam back on. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna go with 6. Although we could apply it to this one. This one, I like this one though. I'm sad it didn't win. The Mountain Dew Waterfall. Alright, let's just stretch this real big. And we're just gonna go with the flow. Make a painting, maybe add some animals to it, maybe something cute, maybe a bunny, a crocodile. No, we're not adding a crocodile. But it maybe a bunny, maybe a I don't know, an animal. I've done paintings like this before, so maybe we change a bit. We change it. Switch it up. Alright. So what do I want to do with this one? I mean, the colors are nice, right? I mean, I think the colors are nice. Okay, now I gotta ask. So for those of you who voted for this one, why? Why did you vote for it? Tell me. That way I can try to preserve the thing that you liked about it. Sometimes, I remember in the past, people would vote... this hasn't happened in a long time, but people would vote for one because they like the colors. And then I would just change the colors. And then it's like, well, why did we even vote for it if you're just going to change it? The color palette? Okay, we can keep the color palette. Dynamic lighting. Okay. We could do that. Colors and vibes. Okay. Vibe. Keep the vibe. It's good. Nice colors and blocky shapes. Okay. I think I can keep the color. I don't know if the shapes are gonna stay. I don't know. I'm trying to think what I want to do to it. It's a little boring. I do like the colors though. I feel like we don't have a good sense of foreground, midground, background. Yeah, it definitely needs something there. Yep. Definitely needs something here in the focal point. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the page. It could be over here. Could be a giraffe. This is totally how I draw giraffes. Casey Snow would be proud of me. My animal drawing skills. This is its tail. Some legs. The head with an eyeball. Look at that. I drew a giraffe. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Hold on, I drew a giraffe on the wrong layer. Let's get rid of that. Okay. No, I think so. Okay, I've got some ideas. So part of me thinks that these shapes here should be, I don't know, like foreground, midground, background thing. Like we don't really have a foreground, midground, background, which makes it really hard. Giraffe, yeah. I mean, we do have a background, I guess, here. And then we have like a midground here, and then we have a foreground here, but it just... I don't know, it's kind of boring. Ugh, I'm yawning. Gee whiz. Jeepers. Getting all yawny. I'm gonna need a nap after this. I don't know why I'm yawning. I haven't even done anything today. I basically just woke up. What do I want to do? So the reason I'm so on the fence with this painting right now is because it is very similar to things I've done in the past that I have not been happy with for the exact reason I don't like this one right now. I do like the colors though. I think we can keep those. I actually like this. It almost feels like a big rock shape. We do have some trees sticking up, and I like the trees sticking up. I actually kind of think... I want to try something. What if we do this? And sort of foreshorten the foreground. Sort of, you know, maybe add some... Not some blur. We could add some blur. If we wanted. And obviously these are just kind of placeholders, but like, what if we did something like this and did like a filter, blur, Gaussian blur, made it real blurry. Like that. Right? These big blurs in the foreground. Some depth of field. I don't know if that would be good, but it might be nice to help push this further back. I kind of like that. So now that I think that idea has some merit. Maybe I make a layer. I don't know. I typically don't split things into layers like this because I think it's... I don't know. It's harder to just go with the flow and have fun, but maybe I will put some shapes in the foreground. And maybe they'll still be placeholders. I'm trying to make them sort of have some shape to them a little bit. And then these are going to be blurry. I don't know, is this too much? And then this one can be filter, blur, Gaussian blur, quite a bit. I don't know. I don't actually really like the blur effect, but I will say it can be useful. Can definitely make it feel like you're looking into the scene a bit more. I do kind of want to try to paint the blur, like instead of just using a filter, sort of hand painted effect, where we actually make it blurry by our fingers, not our fingers, but you know what I mean, like hand painted, intentional. A little bit of blur can go a long way, yeah. It is one way to do it. Not every blur isn't the only way to soften something and to make something look out of focus, right? You can use big brush strokes. Blur, like a blurred edge is a very particular, like this kind of softened edge is a very, like one way of softening an edge, right? You can also soften edges by blurring this way, or like adding a texture to it that's a middle ground, right? Like there's other ways to do it, and I think those are kind of ways that I want to explore. I don't really like the look, or it's not even that I don't like the look of it, it's, I don't know. I feel like sometimes I owe it to myself to try other ways of doing something, like, because blurring doesn't take, I don't know, a ton of skill, and it's nice to, like, maybe see if there's other ways I can play around with something. You know? But yeah, it can go a long way. So now, what do we do over here? Like, this area. Are there gonna be... Okay, what do we put in here? An animal? A big old bear. A bear. The Easter Bunny. Totally almost Easter, right? Right? It's also not at all how the Easter Bunny would look. Was that Among Us? No, I don't know what this is. Hold on. This would have been the Among Us thing. It's the Among Us in a costume. It's wearing a costume. It's wearing a hoodie. It's an Among Us hoodie that turns into not the Among Us. Totoro, is that you? Very suspicious Totoro. Comfy Among Us? Yeah. The Among Us sweater? Yeah, it's those ones with the ears. The big sweater with the big ears. Or like a poncho with ears? Yeah. You know, it's funny how you can, just two simple lines can completely change this image. The power of mark making, you know? We got some gesture going on with this Amogus. I don't think I want that there. I'll be honest. That's not... Okay, I'm taking suggestions, though. What do we put here? I feel like I want some sort of... something in the background that makes this feel a little more interesting. And not interesting as in, like, it doesn't have to be super epic, but just... a kneeling angel. Ooh, interesting. I kind of like it. That's a cool idea. Bochi-chan. Okay, do I dare Google? I don't know what that is. What am I... What are we... Is this... What is this? Is this the girl with the pink hair? So like the pink-haired anime girl with a rock, with a not with a rock, with a guitar. Okay, I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't know why. Although to be fair, the pink would actually look pretty good. Little Red Riding Hood, Sasquatch, or Hunter. I kind of like the. I mean, you know, like a hunter, like shooting a deer or something. Sasquatch would be funny. There's lots of options. We've got options. Here's what I'm thinking. If I continue painting the environment a little more, we might be able to get to a place where the thing makes more sense. So like, if we push the scene, Titan on YouTube says a hunter of angels. I don't really know what that means. Like an angel being hunted by a hunter. See, I feel like this is where I think if we take the image, and we continue painting on it, and maybe we add, you know, imagine these are statues back here, right? Maybe some trees, and maybe some statues. We might be able to start adding statues that relate to the thing that we're gonna add. So like, imagine this was a buffalo, right? We could add a buffalo statue back here, so that there's sort of like, it's not just a random thing, right? Like, because right now, like, you know, angels and Bochi-chan, right? There's no reason, like, for those things, but we could push it in a direction. I think the hunter one is actually a cool example because this is a forest and hunters tend to be in forests. So like, you could have a hunter hunting literally anything, and it would kind of make sense because that's typically where hunters hunt, is in the forest. So I kind of like that suggestion. Yeah, a kneeling angel is kind of cool. Again, doesn't really make a lot of sense on its own, but again, maybe it's being hunted. Or maybe there's like, you know, one of my favorites is, you know, go-tos is like old ruins with runes. And so you could have something sort of like a mythical beast or a creature. Again, maybe an angel. I sort of like the idea of an angel. I don't really know how angels look. Never seen one personally, but do they have big wings? That's not how an angel looks. Kneeling. That looks like a bird statue. That looks like a falcon or something. Or an eagle. Looks like an eagle. Actually looks nice. Well, Yeah, I mean, whatever I put here will be... It does kind of have, like, that eagle vibe. But whatever I put in here will have that kind of thing. I mean, actually, a bird in here would be kind of cool, because then we could do, like, bird feather shapes and things back here. And, like, maybe, like, a totem pole type thing. I've always enjoyed totem poles. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, we have a lot of, like, Native American tribes and stuff. And there's a lot of, like, carved things and anything to do with, like, eagles and birds and animals. There's a lot of like that kind of shapes and stuff around that I've always thought is neat. So we could go like that kind of vibe with like an eagle or a bird. Whether or not we do, I mean, I don't know how they look, so I'd have to find a reference. We could maybe do an angel. I don't know. I'm gonna sit on it for a bit. I'm gonna think. But I do like the idea of making some of these different shapes. This one could have this shape. Very suspicious. Excuse me. Maybe this one is a big tree. Getting some shapes back here that are interesting, I guess. I do like the idea of rocks and trees. Not just everything being grass, but like Gesundheit. Danke. But having some grasses and stuff. I don't know. I feel like those could be good. There's a rock among us. There is a rock among us. An Among Us rock? I mean, we could put the Among Us rock right here. A little bit of negative space here. No, I don't think we're gonna do that. But I do like this scale a little bit more. I think it's just more fun. This is a larger scale, bigger brush strokes. I don't know. I just think they are nicer. We also can then go a little darker back here if we want. Like little bits of occluded area where like maybe there's some rocks catching some shadow. Catching some shadow? Is that a word? That's not a word. That's not a phrase. You don't catch shadow. You catch light or don't have light and then have shadow. I do like this, though. This is a nice shaped tree. Just trying to do some foliage. Some foliage stuff. Maybe foliage? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I'm just making shapes. A big tree in the foreground, I guess. I like this color palette. Thank you. It's a fun color palette for sure. So thank you, Joe the Wizardy. Also, hello. It's been a while, maybe. Maybe it's been a while. I feel like it's kind of been a while. Hope you're doing well. I feel like I've seen you around. I think I've seen you in Skittles stream. I've seen you around. So it hasn't been that long. But yeah, how are you? How's everyone? Anyone? Okay, now that there's people here, I think I asked this in the first, like, minute of stream. But, how like, does anyone have any exciting holiday plans? Is there anyone who has unusual holiday, like, tradition? Like, because, you know, like, for my family, we get together, we open presents on, you know, typically we all get to the same place, like, a couple hours, but, you know, let's say 10 a.m. Then we open up our presents together and stuff, and then about 1 or so, we start eating, and then we kind of leave around, like, 5 or 6, maybe. We hang out for a bit, maybe play some games. It's not super crazy exciting. We just kind of open presents and then eat food later. I think we're eating food later. Stay alive. Nice. That's good. Staying alive is good. A big goal. That is a good goal. I hope I stay alive as well. If I don't, then I won't see you guys until, well, ever. But if I should be here next Saturday. Saturday is the plan, although it's possible that with, you know, it being cold and family gathering that I could get sick. A lot of times I feel like whenever we have big family gatherings, I always end up getting sick. Because I don't see a lot of people outside of this kind of thing, and so I don't have the opportunity for germs to reach me, but then they do, and then I get sick. So I hopefully I don't have to, like, take off Saturday. I'll probably be here. You're excited for giving presents? Nice. Are you more excited for giving presents or getting presents? Be honest. Be honest. Neither? You don't like either. Okay, that's fair. I feel like it can be stressful. Both of them. The worst experiences around Christmas have been... So this doesn't happen anymore because I feel like I'm just not an ungrateful, spoiled brat anymore. Not that I ever was, but I feel like when I was a little kid, I remember... I think I've told this story once on stream, probably last year. I remember there was this game that I wanted. I don't remember which game it was anymore. It might have been the game. It was for PlayStation 1, I think. Or maybe it was for PlayStation 2. I think the game was called Summoner, but it was the second one. So it was Summoner 2. Because I already had the first one. And I remember because my mom always would ask us, like, what we want, because she doesn't really follow, like, the gaming, you know, the kids playing video games, like, she doesn't know. So she asked us what games we would, like, you know, are we expecting? And I told her, I was like, Summoner, right? And I was so excited because under the tree there was a video game, or a present that looked suspiciously like a video game with my name on it. And I opened it up, and it was not Summoner 2. It was a different game. And she's like, yeah, I couldn't remember the name of the game you asked for, so I asked the guy at the store what the popular games were, and he said this one. And it was some game I had never heard of. It was a fine game. It was like Driver or something. It was some, like, kind of like Grand Theft Auto, but before Grand Theft Auto was a thing, I think. But anyway, it was like it was a game. It wasn't really a thing that I had any interest in because I had never heard of it until that moment. And it wasn't that it was a bad game. It was that I was, you know, young, and I got my hopes up, and I was like, it felt so bad to, like, I remember just this, like, soul-crushing feeling of, like, pretending you're excited and happy to, like, I should have been happy to get a game. Like, you know, I was getting something for free that I didn't have otherwise. Right? But this, like, feeling of, like, pretending to be happy when I wasn't happy because I didn't get the thing that I wanted, and it felt so bad, and to this day, I feel like I hate that feeling. Or, like, I think the only other time in my life I felt that way where I wasn't happy when I got a present was, like, if you do a hobby or something and you know something that works or doesn't work, and you know that the thing they got you isn't something that you can really use, like it just maybe it won't work with what you got, or like this. So I don't know. There's like a, I don't know. It's I feel like presents are. I don't really have this view anymore. I can't remember the last time really outside of those 2 times in my life that I've been unhappy to get a present. But like there are times where I don't know. It's I've had mixed feelings around that. But I do like getting presents, obviously. People like but yeah, it's I don't know. I'm definitely older now and past that, and I can be just genuine. I've genuinely learned to be grateful. You know, anything is nice. People don't have to get me stuff, right? They're under no obligation to do so, and I'm always super grateful for whatever people get. But yeah, it's I think also coming from a place where like I don't always have a lot of money. Sometimes it's like I don't want people to buy me things that like I'm not gonna use. Like just save your money. Right? And it's like, it's hard because, and it's also one of the reasons why it makes shopping for me so hard, or not for me. I actually like most things. It makes my shopping for other people really hard because I'm always like, I really, really want them to actually want it. It's not about the gesture for me. It's like, here's a thing I think they would actually like. And if they don't, like, I don't really care if they do or don't, right? But it's sort of this feeling of like, the pressure is on me to make sure they do, if that makes sense. Like, I don't actually care once I buy it. Like, once it's done, it's done. And same thing going the other way. I don't know. As the presents have always been tough for me. I obviously love getting presents, and I like getting presents, and especially when people are thankful for it and they like the thing. But like the whole surrounding thing around presents of, you know, figuring out what people would like, or you know, it's just, that's, I don't know. It can be a lot for me. I probably just made myself sound like a spoiled brat by talking about presents that I didn't like. I almost always like the presents that I get, and I'm always grateful for it. People, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Okay, I missed a lot of chat because I was rambling about presents. Joe the Wizard says, I like the color palette. Yes, I lurk a lot and pop around. Yeah, I appreciate it. Hot pot with the in-laws and a sleepover at ours with my fam. Oh, that's fun. And Xmas lights at the Botanic Gardens. Nothing big, but plenty busy. Oh, that's awesome. Christmas lights at the Botanic Gardens. I didn't even know that was a thing, but that sounds really cool. I like that. That sounds like a really nice Christmas. Giving, because I know I got a good one this year. No, that's good. Joe the Wizardy says, my wife does fashion drawing to plan her wardrobe. I got her sketchbooks with figure templates to draw clothes, so you don't have to think about drawing the figure. Oh, that's fun. That's a cool gift. I hope I hope your wife doesn't watch my stream, because then that would be spoilers. Be like, I can't say, well, I could say what I got my family, even though my mom could be watching. I doubt it. But yeah. We have a 2-year-old who understands presents this year. We have a few great ones waiting for her. Oh, that's fun. That is fun. Well, I hope everyone enjoys their holidays, whether or not you celebrate. I realize a lot of people probably don't celebrate. Your wife doesn't watch any streamers? Alright. Okay, I kind of like the idea of, like, these are little rocks over here. Maybe rocks? I mean, this looks like a tree. They should probably make that into a tree. But, like, some of these shapes are kind of neat. Could put a big old rock here, maybe. I do feel like we need something in the mid-ground. Not even Joe? Not even me? Yeah, what? Lame. No, I'm kidding. No, no one's under any obligation to watch me. But I do appreciate you guys being here. A ton. Actually, more than you guys even know. It truly means a lot. Yeah, how dare you not watch me? No, yeah. No. There's a lot of really good art streamers. Jake, I don't know, Jake, because I know you haven't been here for a long time. Because you took a break from, were you taking a break from Twitch entirely or just my stream? And I don't mean this in like, I don't really care one way or the other, but there's a lot of really like newer art streamers within the last like year or two. You don't really watch streams anymore? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool art streamers within just the last couple years that have like kind of popped up, or that at least popped up new to me. I don't know if all of them. But yeah, I feel like just like probably since the last time you were here, like not literally the last time, but like a couple years ago, or whenever you kind of weren't around here regularly. Maybe you were lurking, I don't know. But I feel like that's like a lot of the streamers that like I raid. I mean, I think Skittle is still there, so I still raid Skittle and he still is here. But outside of Skittle, I feel like the whole like roster of streams has like changed kind of. And there's sort of like a bunch of, I don't know. It's funny. The life cycle of Twitch is sometimes like the thing I think about, like new streamers popping up and old streamers kind of going away. Regulars who once were here are no longer here. Some of them are. Most are like doing things with their lives, So yeah, it's kind of interesting to have like people return after a long time, and you kind of like how things change or don't change. And I know with my stream a lot of things haven't changed. Like I do very much probably still paint a lot of the same stuff, and yeah. Joe the Wizard says, the question I get from this piece is, if the warm light is coming from above or below? For story reasons, the question pops in. Oh, I think definitely above. I think the warm light's coming from above, and I could probably put some on things. Like, I could probably put some light back here. Yeah, definitely from above. As someone who's been on Twitch since 2017, yes, things do change. Most of the art streamers I started with have moved on in many ways to do other things. Yeah, it's kind of like with everything in life, I suppose. People come and go. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But it's always cool to see people, like, return and, like, pop back in and say hello. Occasionally we get that. I know with, like... I'm trying to think. But yeah, no, there's a lot of streamers who I used to raid, like, every day, and now they just, like, at some point they just kind of turned off their stream and never came back on, and it's like, it's kind of sad. And I still see them posting on social media from time to time. Like, I know they're still alive and well and doing stuff, but yeah, I don't know, it's always interesting. Yeah, there's sort of like a bittersweetness kind of to it. It's like acquaintances. It's like I don't know, I'm not sure I would call it friends. Most of these people I definitely made a lot of friends on Twitch, but most of the people that you see and that were regulars were acquaintances. And yeah, it is very much like life. People come and go. But I think in the moment you don't really think about that, It's just like you kind of assume that, like, I don't know, you don't really think about the future, I guess, when you're streaming. Or at least I don't. I just stream because I like it. And if at any point I stop liking it, I suppose I'll stop streaming. I think there will be a day. Now I'm wondering, I wonder if there will ever be a day when I just stop streaming. Probably. But probably still, like, art related, and it'll be, I'm sure, maybe like more community engagement. Also, is this song too loud? Maybe. It's at the end of the song anyway. There will probably be a time where I stop streaming, kind of, but maybe it'll be like, moving on to art education, or maybe I'll be doing other things with like other art, community type events, or I don't know. Maybe it'll, like, there was a time where I remember, like, this was a couple years ago, like 3 years ago. DeviantArt was trying to get into like streaming, like having little events and community, like community ambassadors for DeviantArt who were also streamers, so that you could go on to DeviantArt and they would like not sponsor, but kind of like promote certain streamers who sort of, maybe as a sponsorship, kind of like people who are connected to DeviantArt but also stream, and they can, if they wanted to have like an art education thing, they could do it through these streamers, kind of. There was a while where that was like a thing. And I could see in some world where like my stream takes on sort of like I was gonna say like a corporate vibe. No, not corporate. But like where it's more as like a job, and it's sort of like a, art communication type thing, other than just like, because right now it's purely just me. It's me doing streaming stuff, right? And I like that. I like this. This is very much hobby for me. But I could see a future where there's a, I do it for like portfolio reviews, or like I don't know, corporate streamer. Not, that's not what I meant. Not corporate streamer, but like as a job, kind of like like almost like I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I was talking about. I'm just saying words. Saying words. That's what I do. Yes, corporate streaming. I'm gonna actually start wearing 2026. I'm gonna start wearing a suit and tie to every stream, and we're gonna talk about, I don't know, our metrics. No, I meant more like associated with. So like I think Adobe has like streamers associated with them. I think I don't know if you ever knew Maddie, but Maddie did that where she was, I don't know if she was like bought by Adobe or like sponsored or what, but she went over to, was it Behance? Whatever Adobe bought. They bought some, I think it was Adobe. And they did like their own Adobe streams where they would talk about art topics using Adobe products, and they would answer questions related to Adobe. So I think she was doing streams over there, but it was like, it wasn't, it was close to her own streams. Like she would still do her own art, but it was very much like associated with a company. Yeah, no, I don't, Adobe or ZBrush Live. Yeah, stuff like that. Again, I'm not saying I would like to do that, but I'm saying I could see a situation where the sort of those two worlds combine, right? Or like Clip Studio Paint, if they, bro, you're gonna get us job. Bro is gonna get us jobs. What? No, I'm talking the other. You guys getting me a job. Someday I will have to get a real job, I'm saying. New year, new Joe. No, I suspect next year will be a lot of the same. I don't have any plans to change things. Although I would like to do more like dual streams or duo streams. I just did a stream with Casey Snow last Tuesday, so a week ago from tomorrow. And then a year and a half ago, I did a stream with Anthony Wheeler. But I'd like to do more of those next year. I think, yeah, I'd like to do some more streams with people. I think it'd be fun, maybe talking about very specific art topics. I think I'm gonna at some point, maybe possibly, no plans have been made really, but I'm gonna do a stream where I try to do animal drawings on stream with Casey Snow, and I might fail because animals are really hard to draw and I don't draw animals. So it's gonna be like being a beginner kind of stream where like we fumble around and suck together. Well, not her, because she knows what she's doing, but me. I'm gonna suck. So yeah, it'll be fun. But I want to do more of that stuff. Maybe personal project type things. I don't know. The problem with me and personal projects on stream are that a lot of times I like to go really slow when I'm painting on my own. And I like to explore, and I don't like any obligation to like make things nice. But when I'm on stream, I do feel a little bit of an obligation, right? Either to make things nice or to educate, right? There needs to be like a goal. Like, why am I streaming? If I'm just purely fumbling around and working, it doesn't feel like... What in the world is this? It doesn't feel like I should be doing that on stream. All band kind does that. Talk time. It's really cool. He invites different people on. Oh, that sounds cool. Titan says, I can't believe it. He's gonna become bought by a mega corporation. No, I doubt it. I don't think that's gonna be the case. Very, very unlikely. But I guess my point was that, like, I could see stream take on a different flavor in that capacity where, like, I start, you know, doing, like, streams with other people or partnering in some way. Because, like, again, going back to my DeviantArt example, I'm not, like, a huge DeviantArt person. I basically don't use it anymore. But there was a time where I, you know, before they switched over to, well, I don't know, basically before AI was a thing. So think like 3 years ago, I think it was, probably. I thought they were doing some really good stuff. They were actively trying to, like, improve their site. They were trying to do more community things, trying to actually, like, bring in community stuff. Like, it wasn't just... I don't know. I thought they were, like, actually trying to do some cool things. I would, if actually applied to be one of their, like, streams associated with them, they didn't accept me. But at the time, I would have done it. And again, I don't know. I don't think anything ever came from that. I know, like, Silasay she did that for them. But then I think it just kind of fizzled. I think they probably scrapped the whole streamer thing. Maybe they decided that streaming wasn't good for art or something, and they just didn't want to have a part in it. Or maybe the funds weren't there. I don't know. I don't know why. But anyway, they stopped their association with, like, trying to be connected with streaming, which is fine, you know. But again, I could see that being a thing in the future again, and so, you know. But yeah, I'm just painting some rocks right now. Kind of having fun, actually. Not even kind of. I am having fun. But I still want to put something in here. We could also change this a little bit and paint, like, a character, a big rock in here. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. New layer. Big rock. New layer, big rock. That... I don't know what that means, but... Here's a big rock. Infinite Wumbo! Thank you so much for the 2 months sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for subbing. I don't know why my alerts aren't going off today. But thank you very much. I very, very, very appreciate it. Extremely generous of you. Hope you're having a good holiday season, and I hope you do have a good, if you celebrate Christmas or any of the other holidays around Christmas, New Year's. You got the flu. Oh, that sucks. That's not good. I hope you get over it soon. GWS. What does that mean? Get well soon. Man, abbreviation. I feel with every abbreviation makes me like pause and I have to like, what does that mean? And I gotta like decipher it. But yeah, get well soon. Okay, I don't like that shape. I'm trying to think how do I want to do this? I feel like I should not be slapping a shape in here. There should be a better way to do this. MTG, Magic the Gathering, exactly. Last time, I'm sure you guys were here when it happened, but Raichiana said they just got back from MTG, and I was like, got all excited. I thought, oh, they were just playing Magic the Gathering, and then I started asking them what format they were playing and how it went, and turned out it was actually just a meeting. They got back from an MTG meeting, not a Magic the Gathering meeting, but just the abbreviation for meeting. So that's a disappointment. Not as cool as Magic the Gathering. You asked if I won. Yeah, I asked if you won. Yeah, exactly. It's exciting. You could have. Did you win your meeting? I did not. It's funny. Too bad. Not with that attitude, you didn't win. Next meeting, you gotta go in with a winner's attitude. I don't even know what that means. Okay, the shape does not read well. Okay, let's add, before we get too lost in the weeds, I mean, I could just add, like, a character. That's how you know you're not a corporate streamer. You would know MTG is a meeting, right? And a commander deck. Oh, commander is a format. Yeah, so if you guys don't... So yeah, so Raichiana, commander is I don't want to call it like a casual format, but it's basically a casual format where you build a deck out of 100 cards instead of your normal 60, but you only get one of any copy of a card. And so there's a lot of randomness in the deck when you draw off the top. You know, you start with 7 cards. There's a lot of randomness. So it's a very common way to play when you have like... It's a fun way to play where there's a lot of variability. It's not just like, oh, I win on turn 1 because I have a better deck, right? There's a lot of shenanigans and goofy stuff that can happen that would never happen in a normal format. So yeah, it's one of the popular ways to play. But yeah, I'm a long-time Magic the Gathering fan. Haven't played it recently. Although last time I did a draft, I did win, actually. I used to do so much Magic the Gathering, and I used to play a ton. And I pretty much only play limited now, which are like sealed and draft. I don't do a lot of constructed. But it is fun. Definitely a fun game. And I love the art. You know, now that I do art, I play a lot less Magic the Gathering and paint a lot more, and I care a lot more about the art. I liked preset deck games. I haven't played preset, present, or preset. Like pre-made? I haven't played in so long I don't remember how to play. Peasant. Oh, okay. Like humans. Like a human deck. Like what they call like probably like mono white or something. Where you have like... Is peasant actually an archetype? I'm sure it is. But I imagine it would be human. Like a human tribal type deck. A lot of decks in Magic the Gathering, there's what people call tribals or tribal decks, which is like, you know, it's based on a type of card, like zombies or vampires or humans or whatever, you know, werewolves. And typically you have cards that get benefits from having other cards similar. But a lot of decks, that's like a very small niche of decks. Most decks are not tribal. They are more mechanics based. So you might have decks that, focus on sacrificing things, or decks that built on life gain, or decks built on other mechanics. And the cards that benefit from life gain will be any card, right? Like it can span all the colors or multiple colors, but all the creature types. And so there's lots of different ways to build decks. It's very much a creative endeavor. There's a lot of like fun theory crafting. Deck building is like an entire game in and of itself. I mean, there was probably a good couple years where I built tons of decks and played very few. Like, it was mostly deck building, exploring ideas, the theory crafting. I would test them sometimes just amongst myself and like prepping for like a tournament or something, where you'd sort of have your deck and you'd test against all the other popular decks and make sure that it can handle all of the various threats. Oh, you mean like a format? Okay, I don't know what peasant format is. So it's like cheap. Okay, it was a rule to make people not about use cards that are too expensive, so we didn't have the rich kid win because his dad bought him some OP card. Gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah. Does anyone know Dixit? Card/board game with artist commission decks? I don't know of Dixit. Let me Google it. Dixit game. I will say that the tabletop gaming space is awesome for artists. There's so many card games, board games, all with art being commissioned. Oh, that's cool. I don't know anything about the game, but it looks nice. The art looks cool. Yeah, never heard of it. But yeah, that's definitely a fun niche. I too take pleasure in pastimes of the peasantry, says Jake. Yes. No, I know there's a format called Pauper, which is like you can only use commons in your deck, so no rares. But even then, you still get expensive commons because there's ones that are so good in Pauper that everyone wants 4 of them. But that's similar, where it's just like commons are what you use. Simple game, good for groups, fun art. Yeah, I think board games are just great. Board games, card games, anything where there's art being made by people, it kind of goes back to like, in-person interactions. I just think that's like a good world. I think they make board games like that, or games in general like that, I think just make the world a better place. There's arguments to be made that like certain online games are really toxic and just, some of them have mechanics that are more gambling than actual game. But I think board games tend to just be good. Like they get people together, they make people interact. I don't know. I'm sure there's some toxic board games out there, but I feel like on the whole, board games make the world a better place. I don't know. And I'm not even like a super big board game person. Like, I don't play them that often because I don't really have people to play them with that typically. But yeah, I don't know. I just think they're good. Okay, I still want to put like a character in here. Monopoly is pretty toxic. True. Some board games probably are pretty toxic. But it also depends on how you play them, right? Because when you're with people who you know in real life, you typically can plan around like, oh, we're going to take this very serious. Or we're going to, be just, have fun, play, and have casual gaming, right? Like, typically you can curate your experience. Whereas if you play with like random people online, there's no telling if you're going to have a person who is like going to be a super tryhard and another person who is going to be, just like not caring and just super casual. Like there's gonna be the whole spectrum, right? And that's always causes chaos when you put those people with each other or against each other, and like people have different goals out of the game. But when you're playing with real life friends, typically it's easier in my experience to get people on the same level of like what do they care about. You know, are we here to like try hard and get super sweaty about, you know, like putting a maximum effort into the game and trying to win, or are we just gonna like chill out, relax, and like have fun and talk about other, like, are we allowed to talk about non-game related stuff while we're gaming, or is it super like, you know, your turn is up, take your turn, stop chatting, play the game first, right? It kind of depends. Like there's different ways of gaming, but I think in real life it tends to be easier to figure that out. I'm adding some small shapes in here with the light direction. Some of that blue. Monopoly was actually made to warn of what happens if capitalism goes unchecked, but the publisher removed all of that and screwed over the game's creator. Sad story. Oh, interesting. I mean, it still kind of shows that, right? Because you still have like one winner and everybody else is a loser. It eventually goes until somebody just straight up loses, or until everybody else loses. So it still kind of does that, right? Like there is a winner and there are losers. And there has to be losers. But I mean, that's pretty much every board game ever, so that's not, I don't know if that's a fair analogy, but yeah. I think I've heard that before. I don't know too much about that story, but yeah, I think I vaguely recall that. It doesn't take long before someone is yelling. Well, my issue with Monopoly is, I think my issue with, I don't know much about Monopoly. I've only played it a few times, and every time I've played it, the rules we've used slightly different rules, because there's always like I don't know what the rules are on like side deals and you know, under the table deals kind of thing, and like is that even allowed? I don't even really know how it works. I feel like a lot of people make house rules for games and then end up hating the game because their house rules, what they thought was making it more fair, actually made it more unbalanced. And I feel like a lot of games are oftentimes ruined by house rules because it adds in like other things. I don't know. I know house rules are always meant to make them better, but a lot of times it's not. I don't know. It makes me think of like checkers. So like one of the rules in checkers is if you can capture, you must jump. You must capture if like that is a big part of checkers strategy. Not that I know people like to compare chess and checkers, but like everybody plays checkers wrong, and I'm pretty sure everybody plays Monopoly wrong. Because a lot of people don't play by that rule. And in Monopoly, I think there's a lot of rules that exist that you probably aren't doing. Because people have just learned it by teaching their friends who taught them, and pretty soon there's like a game of telephone where everybody's doing it wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I've never liked Monopoly as a game. I thought it was kind of, yeah. Most, to me, games that are more about like dice rolling than decision making, those games tend to be less fun. Obviously, with like kids, it's fun. You know, some amount of randomness is good in games. Hopefully, the randomness is what leads to choices, and then you have to respond to the randomness with your choices and skill. So I don't know. Most games have a mix of random and skill, and you know, obviously, like even a game like Magic: The Gathering has a ton of randomness, but there's also a ton of skill, and so there's different types of skill. You know, there's your initial deck and how you built it, which is a skill, but also how you play it. and how well you know your opponent's decks, and how well you play against certain types of things. Okay. I want to add a character in here. What do I add? I think a bear. I think I'm gonna add a bear. Let me find some references real quick. Finding references, almost 3.5 hours into stream. This is how you know I'm a real artist. Good pro artist here. Not even getting references until 3 hours in, because I didn't know what subject matter I was gonna paint. Do we want a bear standing up? No. We could do a bear like that. Or like this. I feel like that could be a cute silhouette. And obviously that's a bear in the zoo, but here's a non-zoo bear. Also, that might be AI. I don't know. Hard to tell. Mama bear and cubs? Oh, that's cute. That's Mama bear and cubs. That sounds fun. Okay. That is pretty adorable. That's a cute. It's pretty cute too. But yeah, no, that's a good suggestion, Azel. Thank you for that suggestion. Is this a real Shutterstock image? I don't even know. They sure have spelling errors in their Shutterstock. No, that might be right. I don't know. I do like it. It's cute, though. I'm mostly gonna do silhouette, so I'm okay with whatever. Let's get wacky and make a bear frog. You know, that's not a bad idea. Goldilocks and the Three Bears. No, I think... See, a lot of times story... I mean, for this, it's just gonna be a cute thing. I don't know. I think we're just gonna go pretty simple here. But yeah, Goldilocks, that'd be kind of fun to do a Goldilocks painting. That's a fairy tale or story that I haven't really thought about in a long time. Now, obviously, this is not the right shape. But what I'm going to try to do is just basically the same way that I start painting, is I'm going to start with just some shapes here. Very silhouette-y. Maybe get some little animals down here. Now, do I want to go like this? I don't like the shape of this mama bear. Titan on YouTube says, me and my group actually made a production about Goldilocks, but with a dark twist. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I think retelling of like story tales, fairy tales. Is that a fairy tale? I don't know if it is. It's a, what do you call Goldilocks? Is that a fairy tale? Whatever you call it. I think retelling of those is like a really good like exercise for illustrators, where you have a story. Oftentimes it's public domain. I don't know if that one is. But then you, I don't know. It's like, it just feels like it's a really good exercise to like redo it, retellings of classics. And obviously these bears should probably be brown. I mean, they don't have to be. I'm basically just playing around with silhouette right now. Little bear cubs. Little round heads. Pokey ears. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this ear. But that's okay. Again, we don't need this thing to actually look great right now. It's more about the composition and silhouette. Just trying to sort of sketch in some shapes and, you know, play with them a bit, figure out where best to arrange them. You know, maybe I take a shape like this and move it. Maybe this one's smaller. Further back. Probably make it lighter too. Wait, what's happening? Oh, there we go. It almost looks like a panda. I don't want it to be a panda. I want it to be a bear twisting and sitting. This bear should be a little bigger. Or maybe not. Maybe this bear should be a little smaller. And we can have some light shining on him. A little poof, a poof ball of a bear. I wish I were better at drawing bears. The little round heads. Ears. Practice, my friend? I know. I mean, I wish I were better at drawing lots of things. I'm not saying that, like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm definitely am practicing. What do you think I'm doing? Yeah. No, it's true, though. It's so totally true. It's just a matter of doing it, and then you get better at it. I'm trying to resketch in some of the forms here, too. But yeah. It can be slow. I like this, though, actually. I do like what's happening with this already. These bears are cute. Thanks. Their faces need a little bit more shadow, I think, but those bears look really nice. Thanks. I think they'll be okay. The cubs look really cute. No. This one's weird. I'm not really sure if it looks like a bear. Doesn't really. I feel like having a little bit of a circular head. It's having its nose in here a little bit more. Could be important. Bears' heads are surprisingly round. Like, seriously, like, so much more round than pretty much any animal I've ever seen. Like, yes, they have a little bit of a muzzle on them. You know, their nose sticks out quite far. Is that the right word? A muzzle? I don't know. But like, they're so very round. I'm sure there's nuance to anatomy. You know, I'm like comparing myself to, you know, to what's his name? Aaron Blaze, and like obviously he knows, you know, I'm sure he could tell you why me calling a bear round is not correct. I'm sure it's not just a circle, but they, compared to other animals, they feel like they are just circles, whereas other animals feel like they have like long elongated heads and stuff. Obviously, comparing myself to Aaron Blaze is ridiculous. You have, like, the GOAT at drawing bears, and then me, who's drawn, like, 3 bears in my life. Bear heads are so round. They do seem very round, like, more so than other animals, which is both cute. I think it's cute. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this bear head. A round shape with the light. That's true. Fur does round out edges. Yeah, that's definitely true. Fur can be misleading. I mean, even a cat, a chunky enough cat will just look like a big round blob, but really it's like being rounded out also by its fur. Aaron Blaze's Peak. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much top of the game when it comes to the painting, especially stylized bears. I mean, he has that down. I feel like he's painted so many bears, both from life and from memory, that like he can just, or from life and from imagination, I guess I could call it. But like he's painted so many bears that he just lives and breathes it. I mean, he doesn't. Yeah, he's done it. He has the mileage, you know. Oh, we're getting a raid. It's a silent raid because my raid alerts aren't working. Welcome in, Ike. How are you? The Bonklings cometh. Welcome in, Bonklings. How are you, Ike? We are painting some bears. Trying to paint some bears. I don't know if the values are working. I don't know. It's kind of... I'm struggling a little bit, but I think it's going good. But yeah, how are you? I refresh stream. Oh no, that's okay. Everybody gets pre-rolls, not just you. You get a pre-roll. You get a pre-roll. The Oprah of pre-rolls. Here, let me give you a shout out. Slash shout out. Oh, slash shout out. Ike Man 5000 with 2 N's. Did I get your name right? Did I do it right? Yeah, I think so. But yeah, welcome, Ike. How was your stream? What work did you work on? He did do Brother Bear and the recent Snow Bear film. Yeah, yep. Aaron Blaze is a goat when it comes to bears. Paintin' bears or barely paintin'? Both. A little bit of both. We're chatting. We're barely painting and painting bears. You're right. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. My name's Joe. I paint stuff. Today we're painting bears. Kind of an afterthought. The bears, you know, it started just like a background kind of, or environment. I don't really like calling it a background, but we are adding the bears in here, so there is that. I'm not convinced I like what I'm doing so far with the bears. I might do like a lock layer mode and darken it. Wait, didn't I just lock the layer mode? What's happening? Last stream of the year, caught up on your doodle queue and did some little Christmas guys. Oh, fun! Well, congrats on the last stream of the year. You made it another year, Ike. Very exciting. Yeah, I have one more stream this year. I'm streaming on next Saturday. Next Saturday is... No, I have 2 more streams this year. What am I talking about? I'm streaming next Saturday and Monday, so the 27th and the 29th. But I am taking the 26th or the 25th off because that is Christmas Day, and I will be spending Christmas Day with the fam. So that's yeah, we'll be taking it off. But yeah, thanks for popping in, Ike. If you want to share what you were doing, feel free. If you want to raid and run, also feel free. You also got a print proof of your K-pop Demon Hunters poster. Oh, that's exciting. The fam. The fam. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's good. Good to spend time with the family. Big doodles. Okay, you've got plenty of art text. Here's how your poster turned out. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Fun. Oh, nice. Look at this, guys. Look at Ike's art. So Ike is great. K-pop Demon Hunters poster that you made. This is the proof print. Very cool. and Crimus. Oh, big doodles. Hold on, we got some art. Oh, these are so cool. Look at these doodles. I love your doodles. Your doodles are so good. What do we got here? We got... Is that a mushroom or a marshmallow? I'm not quite sure, but I like it. We've got a dude with pancakes. I love that. A bathtub. A flame in a bathtub? Is that a flame? I don't know. I can't tell. It's something cute. A French bread? Oh, the French toast? Okay. I don't know. I say it's a good idea. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, you got like the devil's on the shoulder kind of thing. I love this. I love all it. Man, your doodles are so good. A waxolotl. Okay, that makes sense. The waxolotl, I understand. Mushroom bard. Okay, gotcha. He's bongoing on the bongo drums. Mushroom. Okay, it did look very mushroomy. I like these. These are so cool. Ike, you are really good at doodling. Yeah, if you guys don't know Ike, go follow him. He's great. Also, we got one more link in here. We got another Crimus paintings. Shaking the box. We've got some robot with presents. We've got a cute reindeer character with presents, and something that looks... It reminds me of a Moo a little bit from League of Legends with the wrapping on the head. I don't know what this is. This isn't a Moo, right? A Moo is covered all over. What is this? What is he just wearing wearing a turban? I'm trying to understand what this character... I don't know why I'm struggling. Is this the... Wait, this isn't Toad, is it? They're a Mario Toad. Oh, it's Toad! Okay. That makes sense. The question mark box is what made me think it might have been Toad. Gotcha. It's Mario Toad. Okay. I see. Yeah, the question mark box definitely tipped me off there. I like this. These are so good. I love your drawings. They're so cute. And your line work and proportions and just the art skills are mind-blowing. So much good stuff. And you did all this... Wait, you didn't do all this today, right? Well, this obviously not. But you didn't do all these today, did you? That's a lot of work. Dang. Super cool stuff. Man. I am gobsmacked at the skill. The skill is gobsmacking. That's not how you use that word, but I keep using it. Thank you, Ike, for coming in with the raid. And yeah, if you guys don't know Ike, go follow him right now. Do it. Do it, do it. I had to clear the queue before I ended the year. Yeah. It's good to get the yearly stuff done. But yeah, we are trying to paint some bears. I'm just trying to get them in there to where they feel like they belong. It's a little tough because I'm not great at adding characters like this. Oh, the legs threw you off. Says Titan. Oh, on the Toad? Oh, interesting. Yeah, it was Toad. But their head was wrapped, it looked like. So it was hard to... I don't know. I noticed that's one thing that I mean, I've talked about this quite a bit on stream, but the sort of reevaluating how you can tell which characters are, or who is like the likeness of a person that you know, because so much of our brain tells us like when I look at Toad, I only recognize him by his head. You could have painted nothing for the body, just put the head, and I would have known it was Toad. But you cover the head, and then I'm lost because I wasn't actually looking. at like what Toad looks like. And so I need all these little subtle clues. But yeah, you change them and it's really interesting. I like it when artists do that also because it's such a good, you did such a good drawing where I'm interested and I want to look, and I'm actually willing to spend the time to figure, like, you know, to sort of think about it a little bit. But yeah, I love that. Hello, Recriner, how's it going? It's finally winter break for you, and you have been productive. Nice. Nice, nice. Hope all the tests went well. I assume you were taking tests, and you probably haven't been graded yet. But if you have, I hope they went well. And if you haven't been graded, I hope you did well. Sagamore Studio says, gotta go to bed now. Thanks for the stream and explanation of the process. Have a nice rest of the stream. Thanks for being here, and thank you so much for asking good questions that got me in a ramble, because I like that stuff. I love explaining things, or trying to. I think trying to explain is a better explanation of what I did today. I tried to explain how I think of colors and stuff, and I rambled a bit, but it was okay. I think I kind of got there in the end a little bit, and I'm always happy to re-talk about it on another stream where maybe I can explain things a little better. Not every day I'm tip-top performance of, or tip-top shape for explaining things. You're kind of afraid to look at your grades? No. Well, I'm sure you'll do fine. Well, actually, I can't say that with any amount of confidence. I don't know how good of a student you are. But I'm sure you'll do fine. I believe in you. It's been insightful already, but I'm happy to... Yeah, I'm happy to try to... Because I find for me, now that you said you were leaving, I'm starting to go back in this ramble. But I find that for me, the more ways that I can explain something, the more likely it is to click. Because every time I do it, it's going to be a little bit different. But I tend to have patterns of how I do it. So over time, there's definitely consistencies of things that I pay more attention to and things that I pay less attention to. Like values values and color temperature tend to be up there, but then so are like color associations and depending on what my idea is, different things are gonna, yeah. So it's there's a lot of like fluidity to it, but there's also a lot of consistency, and so each time it's gonna be a little different. So yeah. Like refining a gem. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. I mean, I think for me, the starting point is the one that changes the most. Where, like, depending on what I'm starting with, if I start with colors, it's going to be different than if I start with an idea, and it's going to be different than if I say I want to paint something from the top down, right? Like, all of those kind of lead into the same type of process, but depending on where I start, the exact shape of that path is going to look quite a bit different. And so I kind of have these, like, standard starting points, but I from there they are still random, but they're slightly less random, like, but they all kind of eventually overlap because they all care about colors and values and story and all that stuff anyway. But they all start at different spots, because sometimes you start with an idea, sometimes you start with a story, sometimes you start with a shape that you like. It's like it kind of, every painting's a little different, but there's definitely sort of echoes of the same process every time. So yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. for coming by. Something just like... I have like a weird tickle in my throat. But yeah, I'm trying to make these things actually look like bears a little bit. At least a little bit. They don't have to be super bear-like, because they are kind of blobby, and they can be kind of soft in a distance, but the silhouettes should probably read bear. I think the nose... I am learning that the snout shape is really important. Getting this shape, and I realize I'm basically painting with pixels at this point, but getting this shape of the nose... Right? I feel like if... Right? They kind of have this shape. And then you have the... I feel like this shape is so iconically bear. With the big, tall nose. I don't know. Feels really, really useful to paint. And this is one of those things I want to get better at. Figuring out which shapes are important for the thing to look like the thing quickly. And like maybe that's like gonna be a 2026 goal, is like doing little studies of like animals and things I'm super unfamiliar with, and trying to learn very quickly what are the important parts of it. Because again, a lot of my preconceptions of things, I don't really know how to start. Like oftentimes I'm starting with like, you know, I know now to like start with big forms, because that's just like a thing that's been sort of drilled into me in a way. But, you know, there's still like the silhouette of the thing oftentimes I think isn't more important than it is, when maybe it's not. Sometimes it is. But yeah. Reed Kreiner says, I did some quilt sewing today. If you want me to share in Discord, I'd love to see your quilt sewing. Should I get back to sewing clothes? That sounds cool. Yeah, I'd love to see. Little tiny bear eyes. Bears have very tiny squinty eyes. I'm surprised they can see over their nose. Yeah, I'll take a look in Discord in just a second. Now, here's this. Trying to add some... I think we can probably keep this pretty loose here, because I do want it to kind of read like it could almost be an animation in a way, where like this is the background and these are the... Right, like these are the bears, and everything else is sort of background. If I were good at animation, be able to make these bears like stand up and walk off screen. Bear sight's very bad. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Nose, however, is OP. That makes sense. They're good sniffers, but bad sighters. I mean, you know, that makes a lot of sense, especially if like in forests, where sight is oftentimes limited anyway. Although maybe not, because they would need... Surely they have good night vision. But like long distance vision, I could see not being that important. Although I could also see long distance vision being important for like hunting prey. Alright, gotta go scrounge up some dinner. Alright, happy eating din-dins. Enjoy your food. But yeah, thanks for popping by, and thanks for everyone who is here. I am slowly wrapping up. I think we're getting to a good spot in here. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. Oh, Leg Owl, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. I almost missed that one because the noises aren't playing today. But thank you very much. That's extremely generous of you. Thank you for the 10 months. 10 months, that's almost a year. Almost a year. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well this holiday season, or just in general. Hope everyone's well. By the way, this is not... I don't know why I'm thinking about this now. Only because I'm thinking... I guess I'm partly because the sub, but also partly because I'm getting ready to end stream. And I'm trying to do it... I don't know. I feel like I'm always ashamed to like do any sort of self-promo, even when I'm ending streaming. Okay, so I have a Patreon, by the way. If you guys want to support me further, you can, but you do not feel like you have to. But I did just yesterday make a like a free post, which I don't normally even... I'm always bad at posting, but I am trying to do better. You know, I don't know. It's just like as an extra perk kind of if you want, but it's not like a thing that... I don't know. Don't expect stuff. But I've been trying to do posts, and I made a free post yesterday, but it was like, I thought it was kind of cool, so I'm proud of it. It was basically me talking about, like, essentially what it is, here, let me do this. It was basically me talking about the process of going through the newest, the latest sketches that I did, these right here. And how starting, when you start, if you know what your materials are, you have additional like, normally, okay, how do I word this? Normally when I start a painting, I think I do like a kind of like a black and white sketch where I think about values, but the values are more indicative of light and shadow. But when you know what your values are, when you know that you have a light material here, and you know that you have a dark material here, right? Suddenly you can start planning right from the start interesting patterns of light and dark. The whole thing is in shadow, but you can start getting these like patchwork, you know, where's the light shapes and where's the dark, like very design focused kind of. So instead of thinking about lighting and composition, it's more about like making interesting patterns of light shapes and dark shapes. Where the shapes are actually going to have contrast. And that was something that I thought was really cool. It also happened in the next painting, because I did another version of this. And that was something that like I typically don't get to do. I don't typically get to plan my paintings with like these interesting shapes of light and dark, because I'm not typically aware of what my shapes are from the start, or I don't know what my materials are. So generally I would just ignore all that, and I would only focus on this. But I think being able to focus on both allows you to do some things that maybe you wouldn't have done, like have a compositional elements of the dark green pointing down, right? I mean, I didn't really do it here, but it allows you to do things and plan for like compositional issues that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So anyway, that was kind of the whole point of the thing that I put on Patreon. But anyway, I thought it was just an interesting thought. I think it was slightly more coherent, hopefully. Maybe it wasn't. My writing skills kind of suck. But anyway, that's the thing. It's there. If anyone wants to see it, it's a post I made. It's quite short. But yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. Don't feel like you have to support me, though, because that's... But I do want to make it... I don't know. I think I'd like to do more on Patreon in 2026 and over the years. It's always hard for me to like stay motivated when I feel like I'm just like putting a thing out and no one knows it exists. So I feel like me just mentioning it more at least makes it so like if people want it, then they know at least know about it. But if no one knows about it, then it's kind of like I don't know. So that's why I wanted to mention it. But yeah, anyway, don't feel like you have to do anything. Okay, that's my ramble. Thanks. I don't know why that makes me so uncomfortable. It makes me extremely uncomfortable to talk about, even to mention Patreon. Okay, let me take a look at the Discord, because didn't somebody say in Discord that, oh yeah, here's the quilts you finished today. Okay, oh, these are gorgeous. I don't know anything about quilting. I don't know how it works, but I do see that there are cool shapes and patterns in here, which is neat. Is that like mostly, I don't really know how, I don't know much about quilting, but it's cool. These are neat. I liked it. I'm a big fan of Pokemon, so you got your Pikachu and Charmanders and Squirtles. Do we have Bulbasaurs in there? Yeah, there's a Bulbasaur in there. Quilting is a lot of cutting fabric, sewing straight lines, and ironing. Okay. Interesting. I like it. Very nice. Oh, I just realized I wasn't showing it on screen. But here's the quilt that I was looking at on screen. I was looking at the, yeah. I was just noticing all the swirly patterns that look very straight and very smooth. Or not straight, but very smooth swirly patterns of sewed lines, which is very neat. I don't really know how you do that, but that's cool. Yeah, this painting could be, we could go super detailed on this if we wanted. We could go, like, not super detailed, but we could go super nuanced and all the little blur effects and subtleties and color and lighting. You know, little bits of color notes in here. But yeah, I'm liking this. I'm happy with how this painting's turning out. Oh, there's an awkward tangent. We got the point of the rock intersecting with the point of the thingy. The point of the thingy? That's not. Okay, let's close some of these. You took them to get machine quilted? That's what the swirls are? Gotcha. Yo, Fire, I'm gonna hop off. Alright, see ya, Titan. Thanks for popping in, as always. I appreciate it. Yeah, take care. Alright, but yeah, we are... Also, I guess while I mentioned I had a Patreon, I also have a YouTube. If you guys don't know, there are at least one person who's chatting on YouTube. sometimes people do lurk on YouTube, because I get to see the metrics after, and it'll be like 30 people saw your stream, and it's like, oh, that's cool. So there are sometimes people on YouTube, but mostly it's for the VODs. And of course there's a handful of people who do view and chat on stream. But if you ever want to watch the VODs, my YouTube channel is just youtube.com/jstiller30, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's... I don't want to be too ambitious with 2026 goals, but maybe a goal would be to at least make one video. I'll make one more video than I made last year, which is 0. Satria, hello! Coming in right at the end of stream. Or popping in, maybe? I don't know, maybe you were already here. But yeah, you know, even though I could just end stream right now, I will say I'm kind of enjoying... this. It's getting to the stage where it's a little therapeutic, almost. Like, I could just kind of spend some time on this. You know, so an example of what my choices here, for anyone who doesn't know how I render, a lot of it is taking these big expressive brushstrokes, and by expressive I mean loose and messy. So I'm taking my messy brushstrokes, and I'm just kind of going in and like figuring out what shape do I actually want them. Do I want this to look like a leaf? Great, I'll make it look like a leaf. If I don't want it to look like a leaf, you know, maybe I shape it into the, you know, again, if I go back and delete it, maybe I clean up around the edges and it'll just taper to a point, you know, and maybe I want to add a few more that are more designed in there as well. Or maybe I don't want it in there at all and I erase it, right? So it's a lot of just like making these little choices. Sometimes I go back in and I make additional small messy marks, but just that are kind of cleaning up, making the shapes more interesting, adding variety, adding texture. It's kind of an exercise in just like, it's very abstract. Like I take like a small section and treat it like a mini abstract painting and say, what do I want this thing to look like? Maybe there's a little bundle of things. Maybe this, again, maybe if it's a shadow, there's some darker patches here. You know, knowing that this is the foreground, maybe I want to bring in some shadow in here, get rid of some of these brighter edges along the rim here. So it's just a lot of like going in and sort of finessing the shapes and the colors. And like, you know, maybe I want a little bit of a color variety. So like if these are some green leaves, maybe I want a little bit of like light blue on top, because sometimes leaves will catch like a little mark of brightness from the sky. And so maybe I come in here and I just add some of that bright blue. I'm actually not sure if I like the blurred stuff here. But even stuff like this, right? Like maybe there's a tree here that's sticking off the screen. Before it was just like a random mark. Another thing I'll do is sometimes I'll have like really hard edges like this, and I don't want them to be super hard because they're on the edge of the painting. And so I'll come in and I'll kind of soften them, and I'll sort of make like a little bit of a gradient. So maybe the edge is still pretty hard, but there's like the lightness fades to not black, but it fades to the background color a little more. And sometimes there's a soft edge and maybe I want to make it a little bit harder, you know? That could be a thing too. Like maybe around these rocks, you know, maybe it gets a little soft because I used a big texture brush stroke. So I just want to come in here and trim it up a bit.
Maybe I think that's an interesting shape. Or like these interior shapes where I have like the red against the blue. Maybe I want these to be a little harder edged because I think they can offer something in terms of shape, maybe even story. Maybe these things are like carved a bit. But then I also have spots like this that are like this very bright orange, and maybe I didn't plan for this to be there, and so maybe I want to get rid of it, or maybe I want to add some of that orange elsewhere in the painting so that it doesn't feel as accidental, which is what I think I'm going to do here. Maybe. Now I am curious about the background stuff because I don't have a lot of background stuff. But I think it's nice. Maybe another thing here is sketching in some outline of these plants. This is not a thing I do a lot. But there is a look where, you know, maybe I want to paint some individual leaves. And these things can be nice for that, where you take this like sky color and you basically just treat this as like an outline and of the sky color, almost like where the leaf shape turns the form turns, and then you where it's like catching a little bit of sky. It can be nice. It can, especially if you're doing like careful shapes. And of course, not every one of them. Some of them I probably, you know, didn't do very well there. But I think this kind of thing can be nice. Again, I don't think it's necessary in environments, but I do think it can add quite a bit. It makes it feel like you did line art when you didn't. You know, if you look closely, it's like, oh, there are some lines in here. And it can also kind of give the illusion of a little bit more detail because it's adding some hard edges, because lines tend to look pretty hard against soft, mushy shapes. I think also, even with things like perspective, these lines can sort of help, like, by adding little lines on the rocks, maybe not all of the spots, but occasionally adding lines on the rocks can help. I don't know. To me, it helps. It helps show some perspective. It can help show, I don't know, just add something. little shapes here. Things passing in front of the bears. Again, even down in here where it's very, very bright. I'm gonna add little shapes. This might be too high, not high fidelity, what's the word? Too high, like small details. It may not even read very well. But I think it'll be nice. It's just an extra level of polish around the bears before I call it finished. Maybe the bear's eyes could be a little bit more visible. Okay, that bear's looks a little goofy, but that's okay. And maybe, again, we can give it some shadow in here. Bear shadow. Just a little bit, because we have the light from here, and so it would just make sense to put the shadow of the bears. Again, I know we don't need them on these big bears because they are basically in shadow. Could also do something like this where we take these big... Also, these are giant leaves here. I don't know why the big leaves back here are a thing. Maybe they're ferns. Maybe that's what they are. Otherwise, they're just too big of leaves. I don't know if I want leaves this big, though. I don't know. That's not bad. Little tiny cut-in shapes to kind of, I don't know, just add a little bit of texture. This is one of those things where, like, when I do details, I like to think of it as, what is it doing? This is something that I'm always trying to think about, like, because I'm not a big texture fan. You know, surprise, surprise. Everybody probably knows this if you've been here. I don't really like doing textures, or details, I should say, not textures, sorry. I don't like doing details. Not a big detail fan. But if I can justify to myself what is the detail doing, then I think it's good. So like this, for example, what is this shape? I don't know. I don't know what that is. We can probably get rid of it actually, or maybe add something like that. But like maybe back here it would be a nice shape to have some of these little cut-ins, or maybe the shape, you know, just something like this, just sort of these little details. It adds some. To me, this does add something. It adds some hard edges in sort of the softer shapes. This is something you see a lot of people do on like character art. Sometimes they'll have like a brush and they'll do like these little like lines like this, or like they'll almost like a rake brush to add these little hard edged lines over things. And I think they can look really nice. I actually sometimes will do it on strokes like this, where I'll just kind of like add little markings to like on the edge of the shape to kind of in some ways soften it up, because rather than being like a uniform shape, it's just changing the silhouette a little bit. I don't typically do that on like texture, but sometimes this is like the best of both worlds, because these are plants, and so doing that on the edge of the plant is both changing the silhouette and it's giving that sort of feeling of these extra brush strokes, if that makes sense. And I like that. Just trying to take the color behind it. And again, I think I could go overboard on it, but I'm trying not to. I'm more trying to do it in the ones that are very clearly like light in front of dark, where it's super, super clear. I could probably also do it here. But then I'm afraid of something else, which is too high of contrast in the foreground. So I think I'll probably not do that. I don't know. Could maybe go like this a little bit, where it's just like I'm using... If you really kind of squint your eyes, you can almost see how this would be the same shape. Maybe that'll work. That way it kind of feels like it's the same shape design, the same plant. But you still get the sense that these things are soft, they're blurry, right? These are in focus because they're the main animal. The bears are in focus, I mean. I'm trying to think how else. I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy with this. But like here, if I go too much of the shape, it's gonna look funny, I think. I'm trying to do extremely sparingly. But I do think now that I've committed to this sort of zigzaggy shape, it adds a texture. It also kind of thins it out. It makes it so the shapes aren't all the same shape. It sort of has these small areas and big areas. I don't know. A lot of this feels actually a little bit new to me. I don't do a lot of this stuff all the time. This is a little bit different. I like this painting a lot. That's why I'm still working on it. Actually, that could also not be true. Sometimes I work on paintings too long when I'm tired because I can't be comfortable with ending it where it is because it's not looking good because I'm tired. And so it's like when everything starts to fall apart, I'm like, oh, I've got to make it look good enough to end. And then I'm like, but I can't end because it doesn't look good. And then I can't make it good because I'm tired. And so I just go on this like perpetual route of like never ending like stream because I can't be satisfied with where I am. But this one I actually do like it. I'm quite pleased with it. I don't know. Do you guys ever do that? Like when you're tired, you like to set down a painting in a place where you're like somewhat content with it. And so when you're tired or when you're not painting very well, you're never content, so it feels like you can't end. Do you guys get that, or is that just me? Is that a me thing? Or are you guys normal? Are you guys like me, or are you normal? That's what I meant to say. Because, yeah, sometimes I feel that need to like, I don't know. I have to have, like, a nice stopping spot, you know? This is a weird mix for me of like somewhat graphical, but also has a lot of little painterly marks, which I think is cool. I don't know. And maybe some more blobs. There we go. I'm happy with this. And I'm going to add some of these little dots, these orange things, to kind of soften up the edges around. It reminds me of wheat tops or some form of grass, but supersized. Yeah, it does. It definitely gives me that feeling. I was thinking of that too. I like it. I like that it adds a variety of shape that maybe wouldn't be there otherwise. Now the question, I mean, it works in values in black and white. So if I make my screen black and white, this is what it looks like. The bears are a little light, especially this mama bear. It's quite bright, but I think it works. I mean, it definitely has a, you know, even though it's light, it's dark, you know, darker than the bright spot, but lighter than the dark spot behind it. So it sort of has the contrast all around it. This bear obviously has contrast. This bear has contrast. I mean, I think they stand out pretty well. This one's silhouette might be able to be a little bit better. Like, it gets a little mushy in here. Almost looks like a dog. Also like this little tiny shape. I know it's not a big deal. Also, I'm painting like with literal pixels now. Like 1 pixel at a time because this is not a very big canvas. It's only 2,000. Which is, actually, I should probably just save and call it finished for now, because if I ever want to make this a print, which I don't know if I will, but if I ever do, I'll need to make the resolution a little higher. I could do like small photo prints for this, but never a big print because just isn't a big enough resolution. I'd have to make it bigger and then go over it and detail the stuff that I want to detail, but I think that'll work. So, thanks for being here. Oh, another stream in the books for 2025. We have 2 more streams. Next stream will be on Saturday. No stream on Christmas because I am spending Christmas with the family. But I will be here on the 27th. The 27th. I'll be here the 27th. I should be here the 27th. Unless something happens, but I don't think so. So yeah, 27th, I'll see you guys then. Again, thanks for being here. Thanks for all the support, the subs. There was a handful of you, and I very much appreciate it. All the lurkers, I appreciate you, and hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, because I won't be here until after Christmas. So take care, everyone. Thank you again for being here.